Do you like my car? How about this one? Or maybe this one? Don't worry, I'm not.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hope you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter and Eamon. How are you guys today?
Great.
Good morning.
And what a day yesterday we had. It was a funny one from the market perspective. So much happened and so little happened, right? We had events out the wazoo. We had economic data. We had Powell with his final speech ever and his final interest rate. We had more companies, a bigger percentage of the market reporting than we've ever seen before in a single day. And yet the markets are sort of like, yeah, whatever, normal day. Let's just keep going.
Business
The market's seen worse days.
Business as usual, yeah. Like we've had bigger days in the markets or the market's moved more, but it's a funny when, so many events and the market's just like, okay. I mean, just look at the daily on the SPY or the Qs, and it's just like, yeah, we're at all-time highs. Barely. We're here. We're sticking around. We're good. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
I just find it amazing. This market is just absolutely astounding, but we're going to get into all of that.
Yeah, it should be very, very interesting. Friends, quick look at our gappers list here, brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. You can always head over there and see what's happening with all our tools for traders that you can take advantage of. So right now, as we are mentioning, again, the market's overall not moving a whole lot, just hanging out there near all-time highs. Must be priced to perfection there, but we do have plenty of things that are feeling very, very good and into the green this morning, and we're going to dive into all of that in just a second here. But before we do that, let's take a look at, again, we spoke about a little bit of stuff happening yesterday, but Eamon, give us what's some of the big news from yesterday, and then we'll dive into some of the stuff from this morning.
Yeah, yesterday was actually a big day, but like Peter said, unfortunately, not a lot has happened. And I think that one of the important things was the FOMC, right? Let's start there. The rates were held again. That's no surprise. That's what was expected. But what is important is that the Fed was very divided, and that did not happen in a very long time. Several members disagreed with the decision. Like I said, that doesn't happen often, and it tells you that they are not on the same page right now. On top of that, Powell is under pressure. There is talk about leadership changes, and a potential new chair is already moving forward. So think about that. A divided Fed, uncertainty on the top, and no clear direction. That's not something the market likes, and this is maybe one of the reasons why the market did not move. Now, here's what held everything together. Big tech earnings. Microsoft came out strong. Cloud still growing fast. AI is becoming a huge business. Alphabet was even stronger. Big beat. Cloud exploding. AI driving growth. Amazon also did really well, and Meta was the only mixed one. The revenue was good, but user numbers came in a bit weak. I think that's the regulations on across different countries. Now, zooming it all out, looking at the bigger picture, I love multiple time frame analysis. The economy is clearly slowing down. GDP came in much weaker than expected, getting close to zero growth. So now you have this situation where growth is slowing, rates are still high, Fed can't even agree on what to do next, and I think this is why the market feels stuck. What do you guys think?
I don't know why the market is. Well, I mean, it's hard to say stuck when you're at all-time highs, but you're right, Eamon. Like we didn't see, we didn't see the big jump that often we would see in the past. And like you said, it's a very strange, response. We've got, Google Cloud, which grew 63%. Microsoft's cloud grew 123% on their AI run rate. AWS is up. There's business out there, and they're clearly making money at it. Normally, right? We would see these stocks just, run as a result of that. But it seems like the market's picking any little excuse to say, well, maybe we're not so happy, like in Microsoft and Meta gapping down this morning, like you point out, whereas, Google and Amazon are moving higher. So it's such a mixed picture out there. I find that people are, the analysts are getting nitpicky. They're getting a little.
Yeah. No, that's true. I mean, at least the market is holding around the all-time high. I mean, I think it's already run a lot. That's why it needs to slow down a bit. But
I've given up saying that almost, because we've been saying that for years now, and
it's still going to all-time high.
Exactly, and yet here we are. So
exactly. So let's talk a bit about what to expect today and what's waiting for us today. Carlos, if you can switch to the next slide there. Today is also a big day. Everything comes down to 8:30 a.m. We've got multiple major reports dropping at the same time. We'll have GDP, inflation, jobs data. All of these will be coming out at once. I'll give you a quick summary about that. GDP, it tells us how strong the economy is. Last quarter was weak, and expectations right now are around 1 or 2% range. If we come below 1% range, that's a sign that economy is slowing more than expected. And that's negative. If we come somewhere in the middle, 1 or 2, that's manageable. And if we get strong number above 2%, that could push the market higher. The next core is PCE. This is the Fed's main inflation number. If inflation comes in higher than expected, it tells you that the market rates are probably going to stay high for a longer time. And if it comes lower, or maybe in line, that gives the market some relief. And finally, we've got jobs data, mainly wage pressure and jobless claims. If claims start rising while growth is slowing, that's not a good combination. And if everything stays stable, then no major surprises. And on top of that, we've got the momentum. I expect some momentum, at least, from the big tech, considering that yesterday we had earnings. We did not have a big move yesterday. Then maybe the strength is going to come today. We never know, but at least these are some expectations. And the final big thing that's going to happen today is Apple. Apple after the close. I think these would be the main earnings for today.
Yes, it will be.
Yeah. All right. Big as you mentioned, Peter. Here are the earnings that have been scheduled for this week, and Apple is next with SanDisk. See what SanDisk does. I mean, what a run! I don't think nothing can screw them up. They are just on fire. But we'll look forward to see what's taking place there. All right, before we get into everything here, Peter, give us a quick look at what are some of the U.S. economic stuff that's happening today, what to look out for as we get ready for this market open.
Yeah, for a second day in a row, we have a whole lot of stuff reporting this morning. So we'll try and get it on time here right at 8:30. We've got GDP numbers coming out. We got the PCE prices. Most importantly, probably are the jobless claims. That's coming out at 8:30. Both we have initial and continuing jobless claims that we've got to pay attention to. Later on this morning, we've got the Chicago PMI, the Atlanta Fed, and then after the market closed, we got the Fed balance sheet, which won't affect our trading today. So really, most of the action is centered around the 8:30 data release. But as we've been seeing, the market largely has been shrugging this stuff off. So, really we're focused on earnings here. And like we pointed out, we had a whole bunch last night. We got a couple of more this afternoon. And in between, we've had some stocks that have just been going going higher. I mean, yesterday, what the heck happened with AMD? Intel, both of them, like just growing out of nowhere. Really, like there was no news. They just decided, here, hold my beer. And AMD had a great day yesterday, just moving higher all day. Carlos, I had a great trade on it yesterday morning and got out. And little did I know, right? When I got out very happy. When I left AMD on my trade that I was doing, we were trading live with you guys here yesterday morning. I was very happy to get out at about 3:32. I didn't know it was going to go to 337. Like it was one of those where you look later in the day, you're like, I left like $4, $5 on the table. I could have just held. I mean, it looked done to me. Like that's normally what would happen. It would sort of finish there and say, okay, let's take a rest. But yeah, it was just crazy. So you know what? I mean, I honestly think the market is in an interesting spot where we are largely trying to figure out, is AI overvalued and is it a big bubble that's going to burst, or have we barely begun to unpack the value and there's so much more to be found? And I think that this is because people are at such opposite perspectives. Nobody is saying AI is, it's not a thing. That it's nothing, right? I mean, I think we're all past that. Everybody agree who's listening? There's nobody say AI, nah, it's just a fad. It'll pass. You may be worried it's going to destroy the planet and it's going to take over and we'll be bowing to our robot overlords, or they'll just wipe us out. Or you may think it's going to save humanity and we're going to go into a new golden era. But one way or the other, something's going to be happening with this. And I think everybody's trying to figure out how big of a something it is. And the market clearly is trying to figure that, because from one day to the next, from one stock to the next, we're seeing stuff go up and down in strange ways. And yesterday it happened to be the day for AMD and Intel. Today, who knows, right, Carlos? Maybe SanDisk will go again. I mean, it's already had a run, but the sky's the limit. I mean, we're not back at all-time highs yet. We could. Well, I guess we are at all-time highs. Sorry, on this.
Yeah,
thing,
we are. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yesterday and this morning.
I thought we'd pulled back, but silly me. No, we didn't.
You're right. We did. We pulled back. Didn't last that long. It was a day. We pulled back in a day and we're back at it.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong chart. I was looking at Seagate. Remember we had Seagate yesterday, which is another in the same sort of sector, STX. And they hit a new all-time high yesterday. Had pulled back a little bit here this morning. So that's but anyways, we're at these all-time highs. I just find it fascinating to watch. It's great trading. It gives us great trading opportunities, and that's good. But it makes you question, where is this all going? When does it end? But like I said, I've been literally saying that for years. And so far the music hasn't stopped, right? So, okay.
Yeah.
Party on, baby.
Yeah, that's it, my friends. Party on as things continue higher and higher here this morning. Everything is green. Everything is green. Like if you're doing bad today, Meta, what's going on? You're bad this morning, down 9.5. So we'll get into you and see what's going on there. But everything in the green. Big names here. Google, we have all of them doing well. Intel, which has been just incredible. I mean, all of semis. Amazon here also up this morning. I mean, you name it, is doing somewhat well, except for Meta and some other ones today. All right, let's dive into this gap persist, friends. Brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. Welcome to all our members over on YouTube, our members in chat. Good morning to you. And also on X. We're live on X, which is the VIP area. So VIP Lounge is live as well. So good morning to you guys. All right, let's start here with HCAI. First one on deck today. This is up 95%. So a huge pop this morning. It is a tiny flow. I got 0.004 million. So very tiny. What's that like? That's not 400. Is that 400 million? 400,000? It's low. It's got to be really low. So I don't know if that's even correct. That's how low that is. But anyways, be careful with this one. It is high flying today. 15 million shares traded already. Again, just be careful on this one, Peter. I'm probably not going to watch it, but it's high flying today. And we saw one yesterday. We briefly looked at it. I saw it earlier this morning or late last night, and it was up huge, like almost $20 from like $1. What was that ticker yesterday? If you guys were watching it. Was it Poet? Was it Poet? No, it wasn't Poet.
No.
There was one that was up big, guys. We saw it on our watch list here. I'll have to go back and look at it. But I came back. RDAC, yes, the one with the funny name, with the good name here. RDAC, guys, look at this. $6 yesterday and shot up all the way to 23. Again, we were not watching it. Low flow stock doesn't trade very well. And what a day here that they had. So pretty good as far as the daily goes. But again, not really tradable. Look at this 5 minute. Couple of holds on the way up. And again, just messy on the way it traded yesterday. So be careful with these low flow stocks. All right, back to HCAI this morning, Peter. High flying today. What's the latest and greatest?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, these are the name of this company. The name of this company is Huachen AI Parking Management Technology Holding Company Limited. I mean, let's throw a bunch of words in there. Anyways, so I guess they've got some AI parking management technology. Apparently, according to their name. This is like a micro float. There is less than 1 million shares in the float. And just the daily that Carlos has got on here tells the tale, doesn't it? I mean, this thing has popped up before. It went as high as like $16 back earlier in the month. And here it's doing it again. You just got to worry because there could be a couple of shareholders that can just bully this thing around. And, it gets hot and it'll get moving because the float is so small. It's up 90% this morning. If you like the low float, then, have some fun with it. But this is like super high risk, potential reward type stuff that, doesn't fit my risk to reward profile. But and the news, there's no news. Like it doesn't need news. It'll just move when somebody decides, you know what, today, let's go play. And I guess today is one of those days. So.
Yeah, it's scary stuff with no news like that. So careful on that one, guys. I won't be watching it. Clearly, we don't really trade low flow tickers, so we'll skip on that one. Let's head on to the next one here. Is going to be Akan. Akan has been on and off our list, more on than off, clearly, with this daily that we got going on here. They're up 24% here, 3 million shares traded. Man, they are not stopping. Usually you see these low flow stocks. This is another low, very low as well. We were questioning it, how low it was, if it was accurate or not. But look at this go here, man. The last couple of days doing very well. This stock just last week was sitting at $3, under $5, well under $5, maybe $3.13 here. And today as high as 39 in this pre-market and looking pretty strong this morning. So Peter, a dangerous one, clearly a low flow ticker, but this one is sticking to his guns, man. Usually we don't see low flows last this long on their run. They're clearly doing well, and it seems to be paying off here. At least the market is rewarding them.
Yeah, and I'm surprised actually to see this move so well. This is a marijuana company that has taken advantage, I guess, of the change in regulations of the U.S. at the federal level, and is really continuing to move. So I thought a day or two and it would be over, but as you said, Carlos, here we are. Right, we're on day 6, 7, and it's moving up again. So if you're interested in the low floats, this is a great potential target. It's moving and it seems to have the legs to make it happen. So I guess I won't count it out now. I discounted it before and I was wrong, so I can admit when I'm wrong, at least in this instance. So
I like that. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, if I actually look at how it moved yesterday, and the day before, it would have been a tough trade though, because it most of the movement seems to happen at a certain time. Like it doesn't seem to be any predictable time. If I look 2 days ago, it took until almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then the thing shot up. Yesterday, it wasn't doing much until about 11 o'clock, and then it shot up. So I guess if you want to stick on this, you can watch it, bide your time, and find an opportunity. Just wait for that momentum to start, and you can track it with the volume too. Just look at a 5-minute chart. It sort of tells how this thing moves. So why not? If you're patient, this could give you some good opportunity, potentially.
Yeah, potentially. Yep, absolutely. All right, continuing here, friends. Again, I popcorn ticket for me. I think I want to see what it does here. So I will add it on to the list over here, AKAN, and just to see where it goes. They at least have some news, right? They at least have something going on, opposed to other tickers that don't have any news and are flying. So let's see what happens, see how long this is going to continue. But man, what a move over the last couple of days. I mean, literally from nothing all the way up to 39.66. Giving some back this morning. We'll see how that looks in a little bit later. Next on the list, guys, is going to be VIAV. Now, this is not a low flow, sitting at 228 million shares flow. So pretty big flow here. This is Vivia Solutions. So Vivia Solutions normally does not get great volume. You could tell here on the daily, pretty light, under 8 million, 10 million for the most part on average. And but today, they're rocking, guys. They're up huge here, up 25%. I'm not sure what they do. Vivia Solutions sounds like some kind of ad company or billboard company. I'm not sure what they do, but Peter, they're here today and they're rocking up 25%. Doesn't look tradable though. Even the pre-market, you could tell only 212,000 shares traded. Does not look like a lot of fun.
This is actually a biomedical company. They're interesting. They're listed as a communications company, but they basically make optical filters and light shaping optics for advanced life sciences and healthcare applications. So there you go. That's right off their website. That's what they do. They claim to be a global leader in test and measurement and optical technologies. So I don't know, Carlos. This is Viavi Solutions. As you said, not technically a low float, but I think you'd probably have to treat it as such. I'm not seeing they had earnings last night after the close. I assume that's why they're running, and maybe it's on our radar with enough volume to grab our attention, because they said that they're raising their Q4 guidance based on the fact that their AI data center demand is high. Everybody wants to run an AI data center. We were just talking about this in general, but specifically, Carlos, it seems like every single company has an AI data center, and that everybody's seeing surging demand. I honestly, despite the hype and the how hot it is this sustainable? How can everybody have an AI data center? I feel like, I don't know, there's got to be too many AI data centers out there. I mean, eventually, won't they start fighting? Fight.
I don't know, man. This just sounds like data centers. You just put AI in the front, and now becomes transformed to a AI data center, right? I mean, there's data centers all over the world. There's been data centers all over the world. You just rename it.
Sure.
Right. So
I guess so. I mean, maybe that's what's happening.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I've got two computers, three, in fact, computers running in my office here. I've got an AI data center. You know what?
Absolutely.
My growth is through the roof with the Peter AI data center here. So yeah. Let's go. Let's value me higher. I'm in. You're right, Carlos. You convinced me.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm in.
This is an AI trading room, sweetie. This is not Daddy's office. Yeah. No, this is AI trading room. We just get it done here. Why not?
Absolutely.
Switch it up. All right,
we might as well be part of the solution, right? Instead of part of the problem. Here we go. Let's we're all part of the AI model. Let's go. I love the robot overlords. Don't kill me first.
Listen, if you're thinking to kill everybody, I want to go first so I don't see the massacre. Like if the end is gonna be death for everyone, I go first. I don't want to see what's gonna happen next. Oh my goodness! All right, let's continue here. You want to see? I don't want to see, Peter. No,
I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight onward. No, all right. Well, I'll remember you fondly then, Carlos.
I'll go first for you, man. I'll stay on the front lines, and I'll be first, man.
Thanks,
help you out. Hopefully, you can survive, man. I'll take it for the team. Here it is. MRAM is the next one on deck, friends. Up 29%, 2.6 million shares traded here this morning. And again, another low flow just taking over the list. Low flow here. And there's some other ones towards the bottom there. Then we got some big ones. So look at this, big stuff there. But what is this? Everspin Technology is the name of the company. Up 27%, 2.6 million shares traded. So tons of volume this morning. Man, this is nice. Good pre-market activity too. It looks very nice here. It's the way it's building daily. You can tell they don't get a whole lot of volume. Today alone, they're doing more than they have done all month as far as per day, right? So look at that. We see how low it is here. I have no hopes this thing is going to trade well. Somehow shares for short, got to be not that many. 500,000, not too bad. 500,000 there. Again, I'm not a low flow trader, but I got to say, it does look interesting. Like it can have some opportunities here if you do like low flow stocks. What's a good poll today? I need to know who trades low flows in the community here. I don't know what if our community is on trading low flows or not. So I'm going to do a poll. I'll set that up in a few minutes here.
Some people do. I mean, but it'll be interesting to find how many or what percentage. I mean, I haven't heard of these guys. Everspin Technologies is the company. They're a semiconductor company that makes MRAM chips. What is MRAM, you ask? I'm glad you did. They are magno-resistive random access memory. So we all have RAM, right, in our computers. Well, this is a unique MRAM, and it's specifically used for, well, space applications, right, where you need to resist the magnetic forces coming from the coming from the outer atmosphere, coming from the sun, I guess, that the atmosphere of planet Earth usually protects us from. You put it out in space, you lose that protection. So this is what they do. Look, I mean, there's so many of these companies out there. Never heard of these guys before, but they had earnings last night. Once again, their earnings were, decent. I think they actually missed their bottom line earnings. However, they beat on revenue, and that seems to be what matters for these guys, because this is a company with about $57 million in annual sales. So, it's a fraction the size of the semiconductor companies we normally trade. So people care about reinvestment in the growth, and that's what they're doing. So, Carlos, look, when everything's moving, when the sector's hot, it's good to be along for the ride. It looks like MRAM is along for the ride with their earnings reported. They're jumping up quite nicely today, 26%. 2.6 million shares traded. I don't know what to say other than it's in play. It is a low float technically. This one, I don't know, could have a great day. It might not. With the other big semis that I like to trade moving, I'm not going to trade this myself, but it's a viable candidate.
Yeah, I like that one, man. I'll put it next to a con here and see what it does. Just take a look at it. They both might be popcorn tickers, both low floats. But again, I probably won't trade it.
There's too many. Just too many different targets here today, and that's going to be our problem, I think. Because
absolutely,
we got reporting from like a billion different companies, and anyways, we'll
we'll see. Put it on a popcorn ticker, guys. Be careful. Those two are low flow, up 26%. Icon up 29%. Both of them, again, just getting tons of volume this morning and up pretty good. But again, you got to be a low flow trader. I know it looks exciting. That's why I put them on the popcorn list. Again, I'm not probably going to trade them, but I like to see. Where you end up. VISN is the next one on deck, guys. We're 2 minutes from a bunch of market data, so we'll get through this one quickly, and we'll see how all this market data comes out and how the market reacts. And then we also have our good buddy Jared with Engineering the Markets in a couple of minutes, so we'll switch off from chat. If you guys want to join him, you can head over to bearwithtraders.com and get more information on how to join to become a member and get Jared in our chat room here. All right, VISN Vistance Networks this morning. We are down. I mean, they got down huge just a few days ago. Wow, $9, and today they're trying to be up $3, up 23%, 3.2 million shares traded. This has a lot of technical damage. This is all over the place. So again, probably not one that we're going to see here, Peter. It is a large float though, 217 million shares float.
This is they've got an interesting corporate structure, Vistance Networks Inc. If you try and get to their website, you end up at a company called CommScope, which in turn is an amphenol company. So these are companies owned by companies owned by companies. Anyways, Vistance Networks delivers wow, I mean 4.6 billion in sales. So bigger than I would have thought they were. Had earnings like so many here early this morning. Not one of the ones that I was tracking, I have to admit, but they, here we go. VISN, Vision China Media, and I can't. Yeah, they've got so many different names, Carlos. It's making me suspicious already.
Yeah,
you see, they made one big sale for 10 billion in cash, and the rest are really small.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is sketchy. The more I look into this is sketchy.
And they changed their name last time this year. In January 26.
My different news sources actually have different company names. One says it's a U.S.-based company. One says it's a Chinese company. And I've got different revenue numbers, so I don't even know what's going on with this thing. It's too much. So I'm going to move on, Carlos, from this. It's too sketchy.
Yep.
As you're showing on the screen, we do have a whole bunch of economic data that just came out. So much I could barely fit it on the screen, but here we go. Jobless claims. I said probably the most important of them. You got initial and continuing jobless claims here on the screen. You can see both were positive from a market perspective, which means they are lower. Okay, so in this case, you want lower jobless claims. We can see 189,000 on the initial versus 213 as the forecast, and continuing jobs claims just under 1.8 million when the number is expected to be just over 1.8 million. The other one is the PCE prices. It comes out in various forms. You got the core and the non-core. You got the month over month and then the annual. You can see pretty much those right on target. So really not much to talk about there. They're pretty much all right where you're expecting. The GDP number, you know, in a normal market might be a little concerning that it was lower than forecast. You know, you don't want to see the the gross domestic product, the GDP, go down. I mean, it didn't decrease. It just didn't increase as much as expected. However, you know, 2% versus 2.2, you know, that's really not that big of a deal, especially when you look at the previous numbers. Let's go here to the history. I mean, if you look back here, that's actually, you know, decent growth. We've been as low as, you know, 0.5% last month. You know, so maybe that the growth is coming back here, as you can see on the chart, is good. It's certainly not as high as the 5% that, you know, the country likes to see when things are really rocking. But, you know, and Carlo, we were just talking about so much growth in AI and so much of that opportunity with all that AI growth, and yet the GDP is only at 2%. That would imply that there's other sectors that are sort of not doing as well, right? Or that are sucking up that difference because, you know, the growth is relatively modest. However, like we said, the markets, they're okay. They don't care too much. Let's keep going. You know, as usual. Let me see what the SPY is doing right now. Yeah, I mean, it's taken a little bit of a push down here in the last couple of minutes. We'll see how far it goes. I don't expect. I think it's going to bounce back. You know, probably here between now and 9 o'clock, we're going to bounce back. However, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see how it does. I do see Jared getting ready to go here. He's got the SPY up. He's going to give you all the details there. Also, answer some questions for you guys on what these numbers mean for you over in our chat at bevertraders.com. So head on over there. We'll leave you guys with Jared. Take care. We'll continue right here on X and YouTube, and we'll see how the SPY does right now. Overall market here, what we got going on. HTC. Oh, hold on. I got Jared in my ear. 1 second. Got to mute that. All right, here it is. HTC is next on our gappers list, friends. Brought to you by Train Terminal. HTC and Hertz up 15%. 3 million shares traded this morning. We've been talking a lot about rental cars, and all because of the meme with Avis on their massive drop and pop and drop here. So still hanging out sub 200 here, 180 or so. So still in that area. But again, what a run over what a stretch of a month and a half, I think. Sitting at $100 and went up to, if you guys missed it, I'm sure this is hard to miss, 844, and then here the last couple of days just coming back down to reality a little bit. But today we're talking about Hertz. Clearly, it's got to be some earnings. We never hear about this company. They're hard to trade, and they'll never make my list, Peter. What's going on? Is it earnings or something else today?
Well, in this case, it's something else. They Hertz. Look at the daily chart. We'll start there because I think they sort of got caught in the tide, right? As Avis budget was going up, people were like, oh, maybe Hertz should go too. Like, I mean, this because the growth otherwise doesn't make a lot of sense. But I mean, they only went from a $4 stock to an $8 stock. They just doubled. So it wasn't like a car that went from a $90 stock to an $800 stock, right? So yeah, that rise was modest. Anyways, this morning, why are we talking about them? Because they have partnered with Uber to manage a Lucid Neuro robotaxi fleet. So they're going to help Uber manage part of their fleet, which makes sense, right? Your car rental company, they know how to manage fleets of cars. And I think it's actually really smart. Uber's making some really smart moves in the last few months, specifically the last couple of days. We've heard a lot. We haven't really talked about Uber, Carlos, and Uber's, interestingly, their stock is down moderately this morning, but they've got some good moves. They're doing this deal with Hertz, and which means, by the way, they're buying some Lucid vehicles, which I still think are cool, but surprising. They're not going with the cheap ones, right? They're going with the more expensive Lucid EVs. Uber, by the way, is partnering with, they're going to be partnering with Expedia and soon to partner with VRBO. You're going to be able to get hotel rooms right off the Uber app. So we're seeing a little bit of consolidation in this space where Uber is trying to become your sort of one-stop shop. It makes sense. You're traveling, right? I mean, they already made a deal a couple months ago where you can start to, I mean, obviously we know you can get food through Uber, but they're also starting to make some other deals where you could buy other products and services through the Uber app. So, it's they're expanding those offerings. I mean, it won't be long where, they're going to sell you everything from the airline ticket to the taxi at the other end, to the hotel you're going to the sightseeing tour that you're going to go on, right? It looks like that's where Uber wants to go, and they're leveraging their market position to make it happen. So today's news is benefiting Hertz. Looks like more than it's benefiting Uber, but that's what's going on.
All right. There you go, guys. Hertz, ACC in play. This stock trades horrible intraday, so I'm going to leave it alone. I don't think it's really tradable. All right, let's stop here. There's some big news that we have here all over our list. We obviously got some big names that I want to get to and see how those guys are doing. So we're going to skip around a little bit to some of the names. If I missed anything, Peter and Amy will catch it. But let's go straight to some of the stuff that's happening, right? So we have Google up this morning. These guys are rocking up 1.8 million shares traded, clearly doing well. I mean, just look at this daily. That is beautiful. What a way to smash into or past that all-time highs. We were there just this whole week, basically. Today up nicely. Peter, give us the latest and greatest as we see these stocks just soar this morning.
Yeah, well, we already mentioned some of the details on Google. One of the big earning reporting companies, Alphabet, their parent company, yesterday said their cloud up 63%. Their revenue, of course, beat their numbers. Their income is higher. Basically everything was just golden. Google's like, we are making so much money, we don't know what to do with it, and eat my dust, suckers. So, but other companies, Amazon was right behind them, trying to strut their stuff, I guess, as well. But yeah, Google's benefiting. They're up well this morning. It's still hard to trade. I don't love trading this intraday, but today of all days might be the one. It's Carlos. It's really tough to pick candidates today. Like, we just have so many. Yeah. It's a shame we can't update that watch list. It would be full. For the first time, you might see it scroll all the way across that screen at the bottom because I honestly don't know what to pick. There are so much. Google's on the list. I noticed. I don't know if you want to just keep going through them. I mean, Amazon's gapping up. That's another one that's on our, had earnings last night. It's on our gappers list. It's up 3.4%. Again, their numbers were strong. Amazon Web Services revenue for the first time cracked $37 billion mark, and quite well. It's over it quite significantly. The revenue and their guidance is higher. So Amazon's also feeling pretty chuffed. So again, it's all AI almost everywhere. We do have a couple of companies that have reported that weren't AI related. Well, maybe I should stick to AI first. The other one that's AI related, Qualcomm. We didn't really talk about them. They got lost in the shuffle. Poor Qualcomm. You gotta, you feel sad for them. No, they're up 10% this morning. So they're also had a killer quarter. They reported last night as well. Beat their numbers. They're saying huge growth in a number of areas related, and in their international business, especially in China, is growing well. I find that Qualcomm is one of those quiet ones. You don't hear about them until they do something like this, and they're gapping up 10%, $16 higher this morning as we're heading into the open. So that's another potential trading target for you this morning if you're looking for things to pay attention to. We had a whole bunch of other earnings, Carlos, that I can only sort of list en masse. Lilly, Eli Lilly, LLY, had earnings this morning, beat their numbers. So here's a non-AI play. I mean, this is all about their drug pipeline, and it's doing well. So they had earnings and are gapping up this morning. Caterpillar, more equipment sales. This is actually good for a growing economy. It shows a growth globally in terms of their equipment. They beat their revenue by almost $1 billion in the quarter and over delivered on earnings by $1. So they really sort of smashed their numbers. Caterpillar's seeing a little bit of a gap up this morning. These are stocks that you don't hear as much about because they just don't trade as much market pre-volume. What else we had? Royal Caribbean. I know you like them sometimes, Carlos. You like the airlines and the cruise lines. They met their revenue, beat on bottom line, delivered 40 cents more in earnings than was expected. So they're doing well. Philip Morris, now they want to be called Altria, M-O. I still want to call them Philip Morris. I'm sure that angers corporate executives. You can rebrand all you want. We know who you are. You're selling cigarettes and stuff. But cigarettes. Anyways. and stuff. But you know, we know what you do. But MO, yeah, they once again smashed revenue. 5.4 billion in revenue versus 4.5. I mean, that's almost $900 million in additional revenue in the quarter, and they over delivered on bottom line earnings, delivering $1.32. So another good reporting from another company. Let's see. Like I said, I could just go on. There's so many. We got some that are gapping down. Maybe I'll handle the rest on the gap down list because we have some other interesting candidates. Some of my favorite companies to talk about, even if they're not my favorite companies to trade. Yeah, it's you can almost sort of pick your poison card. There's just so many reporting. They're all grouped together. Normally we get a little bit more of a break, but today's the day.
Let's see what's not doing so well this morning. We'll start with OPCH. I feel like we saw this recently here. Option Care, we are down this morning 26%. So big drop for them, falling apart here a little bit, 26%. 300,000 shares traded. A float on this was 146 million. So light volume for the most part. The day doesn't get a whole lot of movement. You can see how light it is here. So again, I'm probably going to not watch this one. But man, it is attractive when you're down this much, Peter. Clearly, somebody's getting fired here. They're not. They did not do what they were supposed to.
Yeah, I'm just thanking Rob here. He's correcting me on. I guess Altria is the U.S. Subsidiary or company underneath Philip Morris as the international. I don't really know their corporate structure, but again, we still know what they do. You can't fool us. Anyways, yes, OPCH we're talking about. Option Care Health, run medical care facilities and earnings, as you would expect, right? On so many of these things, it seems to be all about the earnings for the most part here. So they basically hit their numbers, but achieving your numbers is not good enough. If that's all you can do, the market doesn't like you. You need to beat your numbers and mention AI. And you know what? These guys, Option Care Health, why didn't they mention AI anywhere? I think that's an oversight on their part. Probably because they run healthcare facilities for seniors. So, so they actually, it's interesting. If you go to their website, they say that they provide infusion therapy services. Carlos, if I had to put you on the spot, do you know what that is? Because I don't.
No, I have no idea.
No, I don't. What are they infusing? What?
They're not infusing with anything.
I don't know.
No.
So, anyways,
I have no idea what they do. All
a
right.
whole bunch of therapeutic services, whatever it means, but the market's not liking them this morning.
Yeah, so not doing so hot there. All right, here's a big one, guys. Meta heading the other way as his friends from the Max 7s go higher, but Meta here down this morning, 8.4, 2 million shares traded. Definitely in play today, man. I'm just gonna have Max 7s today. I know a lot of these Max 7s are very hard to trade. Like Google and Meta are not the easiest one. Although Meta gave us a great stretch here. It's a beautiful stretch here. We had some really good trades here, and also over here as well. Gave us some pretty good days, but they're not the easiest stock to trade, man, when it comes to Meta, Google, and there's some other ones that are just not great. But if any day is possible of getting a good opportunity, it's got to be today.
Yeah, and again, like I was saying, it feels like the market is trying to find any excuse to take somebody down. So Meta's down, on their earnings. They beat on revenue. They beat on earnings per share. However, their daily users were a little bit lower than expected. So, that's one. And the market is a little concerned that they may be overspending on AI. Like, you can't win, right? You're either not spending enough or you're overspending. I don't think there's not an analyst in the world that'll come out and say, no, I think you're spending just the right amount. They got to find something, right, to talk about. So they're always going to make it up. You're either spending. So in Meta's case, they're like, we think you're spending too much because your CapEx is too high. But you know what'll happen, right? If Meta's revenue or earnings dropped a little bit, then they'd be saying, well, obviously they didn't spend enough to keep up with their competitors in AI. So it's really a no-win. So yeah, you can't win. So anyways, so that's Meta's story. Again, you know what? I'm saying this very facetiously, but I'm watching like Meta gap down 8%, Google gap up 7%, Amazon is up 3%. At the open, all of these could reverse. Every single one of these could go in the opposite direction of what's happened, and maybe they'll all meet in the middle, right? And we'll just be back to where we were at the close yesterday. I just don't know. It's a big wild card because remember, all of these moves, the market gained more value and moved more significantly after the close yesterday than it did all day yesterday. Remember, that's on low volume, right? When the market closed, the volumes dropped significantly. So all of this move hasn't been vetted or proven by the deep pockets out there, and they may choose to move things back to the median. I don't know. We'll find out one way or the other. There's going to be trades, like you said, Carlos. You don't have to look farther than the Max 7 or than these big companies just to find your trading partner. It's just going to be tough, right at the opening bell. Which is it going to be, right? Is it Microsoft, Google, Meta, Amazon, Qualcomm? Which one of these are going to be the ones that move? Let alone the semis that had big moves yesterday. I don't know. Just amongst those, we've got enough to worry about. But Meta's gapping down, so here they are.
Yep, there you have it, friends. All right, Meta on my list as well. Again, might be more in the secondary just because how difficult they are at times to trade. All right, going back to our list, friends. We got Poet. Poet has been very, very active over the last couple of days. Lately to the downside, right? So they hit their high over here on 15 and change, and now heading back down to where they started their skyrocketing journey here. So back to reality a little bit, just 644 this morning. Tons of volume, 896,000 shares traded. But I think it just becomes more difficult. They start getting into their choppy trading. Yesterday was a nice a sell-off day. You can see that here. Beautiful start to the market open all the way down. That was nice, about $2, $1 and change. And here just sideways this morning. I think you're going to get a lot of this sideways action, especially as volume starts to die down, right? So still trading good volume, but as volume starts to die down, this might not be tradable anymore. So keep in mind, it's not a low flow. It's only 90 million. Well, not only, but it's 90 million shares flow. So not a low flow. It is tradable. But I think it's just not going to get that tradable action and price action that we're looking for. So I'm going to keep it off the list here. We got so many other things to focus on. I don't think this is one to spend space on.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, the story here was fascinating in that they, as a small company, they're greatly affected by orders and especially when you're dealing with the big boys. Last week, right, they were riding high on the fact that they had growth and significant growth and some new customers. And then Monday, they got hit hard with the fact that Marvell was canceling a big order with them, saying that they had a breach of confidentiality, and that's been taking them down all week. So probably the fun's over. If you just look at that daily chart, you can see we're right back to where we started. I think the fun's over. The volume has been dropping pretty heavily. So, it's on the list today, but I don't, compared to the other stuff out there, probably not your best target.
Yep, absolutely. All right, friends. That does it for the gap down. Peter, anything you have gapping down this morning you want to cover that might not be on this list?
Yeah, again, more earnings last night. Microsoft, because it's only gapping down by like 1/3% or something. Where's it at right now? 0.8%. So it doesn't quite make our list, but they also were one of the earnings, again, beating their numbers. I already mentioned, right, their AI web services, the Azure is running higher. The AI run rate was over 37 billion. Like it's crazy how they're doing well. However, they didn't really see the same benefit. If you look at the after-hour trading on Microsoft from yesterday, You know, they were one that you know, I don't think anybody knew what to do with them. Look at that. Like it's rare that you see that type of move twice. It often happens once, right, when they announce, right? But then it happened again when they had sort of their press conference, and where they popped up and then sold off back. So you're pretty much back where they started, right? Look at that, up and down at 4, up and down at the 6 o'clock at night, and now we're right back to where we started. So Microsoft, I feel, is actually nicely in play. Probably not right at the open, but I think that, you know, there's going to be an opinion, which is probably going to move it farther away from the previous day close. But you know, we'll have to see. I like Microsoft after earnings plays, but again, not for the open, for a little bit later. We'll see what move sets in. But like we said, lots of targets. In other stuff, again, quickly, a few things that are gapping down from earnings this morning. MasterCard. MasterCard almost always drops on earnings. They always beat their numbers. It's MasterCard, right? All of these credit companies, MasterCard, Visa, you know, they don't.
What's
American
MasterCard?
Express,
It's
MA. Sorry,
MA.
MA.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't miss their numbers. They beat on revenue, they beat on bottom line earnings. You know, the credit card companies are always making money, right? Just check your bills each month. They're making money. So they made money, but they're still dropping moderately here this morning, down 2%. ConocoPhillips, another one that reported, beat their numbers, but you know, maybe they didn't talk about AI enough. they're gapping down here this morning. COP, sorry, is the ticker for ConocoPhillips. They did issue a little bit of concern on warnings because, of course, they're affected by what's happening in the Middle East and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. So while they beat their numbers in this reported quarter, remember, most of this activity happened before they're you know, they would have been deeply affected. So the next quarter is not looking so rosy. Wayfair, they reported the numbers. W is the ticker on that. They missed on bottom line on their earnings. So while they over delivered, people were buying lots of sofas and carpets and lamps and stuff apparently, but they missed on their earnings. Too many returns, maybe. I'm making that up, but anyways, Wayfair is one of those funny stocks that we'd never really watch, but has done some great stuff. If you look at their daily chart over the last couple of years, they've had quite a wild ride. So, and last but not least, Carlos, one of the ones that just always surprises me that they're out there happily chugging away as an independent company, Crocs, CROX. Unfortunately, they were unable to put them into sport mode. There you go, pun intended. And while their earnings numbers were good, they beat their numbers. Their forecast, their guidance was not. They didn't raise it as much as analysts were looking forward to. They did raise their guidance, but not enough. But yeah, Crocs, the plastic shoe company, are still doing well. I guess they're doing better than Bird. So, but they haven't mentioned AI. So maybe that's why they're gapping down, right?
They need to. Yeah, they sure need to mention AI.
Yeah. There's got to be some AI. They're not making the shift to an AI company like Bird. I remember, you know, Bird. Oh, remember them fondly? They were like, they're so last week's news. So 2 weeks ago. Anyways.
Fun.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
friends.
So anyways, there you go. That's what I had to report.
Awesome, man. All right, friends, I want you to hit that thumbs up. Really appreciate it. If it's your first time here, subscribe. I love Beans. Beans, a great comment here from Beans. He comes in, he's like, hey, I'm only here because Admit, I don't know who that is not live. And then, so I'm giving you a chance to screw this up. And I'm like, hey, man, we're live every day. So if your other person is not live, we'll take your subscribers. You know, that's what we're here. Okay. We're here for consistency. Good to have you, man. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, let's get to it, friends. We have fun. One of my favorite parts of the show is the fun fact of the day, feature story from Eamon. So let's get to that, and then we'll start dissecting this list, man. We have such a big gappers list for today. It's going to be hard to pick what to watch, but yeah, let's go to Eamon, and Eamon, we'll start with our feature story for today.
Yeah, so let's talk about the story of the day. And I think that this was one of the most dramatic Fed meetings that we've seen in a year. Just repeating the decision, the Fed held the rates at 3.5 to 3.75%. Again, no surprises there. That's exactly what we expected. But the real story was the split. We had multiple members disagree, and not about holding rates, but about what comes next. Some of them are basically saying we should not even be talking about rate cuts right now. And that's a big shift, and it tells you the Fed is not on the same page. Now, here is where it gets even more interesting. We knew that Powell is stepping down as a chair, but he is not actually leaving. He plans to stay on board, which means he keeps influence over policy decisions. So even with leadership changing, he is still part of the system and he is going nowhere. That limits how much things can shift politically. And let's talk a bit about the bigger picture. Powell pointed to multiple global shocks from past events to what's happening now, and basically he said this. When you have supply shocks, inflation can go up, unemployment can go up, and it becomes very hard for the Fed to know what to do. So, in simple terms, they are dealing with a very messy environment. And let's go to the fun fact of the day. Enough with the boring stuff, right? Uh, all of the four biggest companies in the US, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, and Meta, they reported earnings within an 80-second window after the bell. And the crazy part is that the market moved more in these 80 seconds than it did the entire day. And it might seem like a lot, but it actually did not move a lot yesterday, right? And today in the pre-market, it ran even more than it did during these earnings. Now, here is some more perspective. The last time the Fed had this many disagreements was 33 years ago, 33 years back. That was in 1992. And today in history, on April 30th, I think it was 1789, yeah, George Washington became the first president of the United States. He stepped into a country with no credit, no real government structure, and no playbook, and he built the system anyway. And Powell today is living with something similar, a divided system, a lot of pressure, and no clear path forward. That's it for today, guys. I hope you're enjoying these fun facts of the day. Peter and Carlos will take you through the rest of the morning and the live trading, and I will be back here tomorrow at 8 a.m.
All right, awesome, my friend. Well, we'll see you again later at 11. Let's not forget.
There you go. We will. You know, Eamon, it's always
yeah.
tough. It's always tough when you get this day in history, and then you go like 1992 is the last time we had this market descent, and I'm like, I got married in 1992. Boy, do I feel old.
With these fun facts of the day, Peter, you will feel very old. And that's not my intention. Sorry about that.
At least I wasn't around when George Washington was founding the country, so I can't claim that.
At least that.
Awesome stuff.
All right, guys. See you later.
All
right. Excellent, friends. Amy, good to have you. Amy will be on later again at 11 a.m. with Kyle, and they'll go over their trades. They'll look for opportunities, and we'll see how they do later today. So, all right, friends, right now, currently on my list, I have Google, I have Amazon, Meta, I have Tesla, of course. We didn't speak about Tesla, but I have it on my list. I mean, it is Tesla, so we'll hope to get some movement.
It is Tesla.
It is Tesla. We'll hope to get some movement out of it today. Already this morning, you can see a little bit of green in here. Was red into the green area so far. Not much volume, though. I got to say, only 717,000 compared to what we normally see out of Tesla. Not much volume this morning. So
it's rare you see Tesla pushed to the sidelines. You know, they've been parked because the focus is elsewhere. It's on the other big boys. So
on the other big boys, and we have NVIDIA, but I am watching AMD. So I have AMD on my list. It's becoming tougher to trade, man, as it gets higher and higher in price here. You know, the price action starts to act a little bit funky. We're seeing that with MU at the open now. It's just wild, right? We have traded here around 400 and change, but now you're starting to see the price action fluctuate way too much. And that's because the spread is becoming a lot higher now. And that's the problem with these higher price stocks, right? Is that the spread becomes larger and you start getting this jump, right? Which it makes it a little bit more unpredictable, or not unpredictable. Everything, you cannot predict anything, but it makes it harder to read the price action.
harder to manage the risk. We were watching this live yesterday as the market opened, and yeah, as you say, Carlos, we were watching the spread go from 80 cents to like $2 and higher, right? So that makes it tough because it's harder to manage that risk, right? When it's just jumping around. And then we saw price moves, let alone the spread. We saw a $5 price move in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
that gets really hard. I mean, if it's in your favor, you can be excited, but it dropped and then came right back to that price. That $5 move could like just it would freak me out anyways.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be in that when it's doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with you, Peter, about the managing the risk. You can always take less shares, right? You can always take way less shares and give yourself room. But it's not the same. Sometimes not ideal to do that. All right. Amazon, Google, Meta. I do have Tesla and AMD on my list. Yes, guys, I know you can't see the banner down there, and it sucks. I spent hours yesterday trying to figure out why our banner is not updating, right? I tried everything.
Banner's broke.
Banner's broken. We'll figure it out. It's just I'm spending more time researching than actually fixing it, right? Researching what do I need to do to fix it. But hopefully today we'll get back on it again.
You gotta ask AI, Carlos.
I did. It actually gave me good information. It didn't fix it. It gave me stuff that I've done before. Like it gave me stuff that I was able to that I knew because we set it up, but it's not fixing the problem, right? So we'll keep trying it. All right, friends. Let's see here. Let's head over to bearwithtraders.com. You can click on webinars. You can always see what's happening in our community here. Webinars will give you the schedule for our week, our coming up events. Today is Thursday.
It's
not
Thursday.
Friday yet. It's Thursday. It might feel like a Friday. We're happy. But it is Thursday. Peter will let you know what's going on in our community.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a super long week, but it is only Thursday, which means that we have a focused events happening in the Bearable Trading community, starting with our options mentorship, at noon. And this is all mentorship based, by the way. That's what we do on Thursday. We talk mentorship, and Jared's going to take over talking options. So in the chat room, we trade options, we trade equities, of course, we trade futures. And, you know, we got it all. So Jared is sort of our options guru. He knows it inside and out. He can talk condors and bald eagles and pterodactyls, and we were joking about this yesterday. There needs to be a pterodactyl trade. You know, they've got condors and they've got other, you know, birds. Why not? There should be a pterodactyl. It should be a really big trade. Anyways, but he can talk it all intelligibly. You can tell I can't. That's why he's there. Brendan then takes over at 1 o'clock. He's going to talk about Market Atlas. If you don't know by now, Carlos and I, we rely on it. It helps us understand where the market volume sits. It's very useful at the open and throughout the day, in fact, as you're trying to understand where the market is putting that volume value and where the orders are sitting. It's available through tradingterminal.com, and Brendan's going to talk to you about how to leverage it, how to use it, how to read it. So that's at 1 o'clock. So noon and 1 are those two sessions. And then in the evening, we sort of have our signature mentorship session where we talk your trades. We talk about what's happening in the market. We talk about any topic you want. So it's really handing the floor over to you guys and giving you that option. That's at 8 p.m. once again in the webinar room for all of our elite members. So today it's all about our elite members. They get access to these different sessions. They are recorded if you can't go live, but we recommend you be there for these sessions. So that's what we got. If you want to join as a member, go to bearabletraders.com. And you can find the different membership options down at the bottom of the page. Just scroll down. We also have a free newsletter that goes out regularly, pretty much every day. If you want that newsletter, that's also available. You can find that. You can sign up for that on the website as well. So it's very useful. It's very valuable to understand where things are happening. Where things are moving every day. It gives you a little summary of the market and what we experienced yesterday. So take advantage of that. Once again, bearbulltraders.com. The other thing, Carlos, I should mention, we do have our Peak Capital Bootcamp that's starting here soon, starting next week. We're going to get going with that bootcamp, get people oriented, and start to make that camp happen. That's going to go through till August. It's our mid one of the year. We only do 3 of these a year. This is the second of 3 for the year. The last one will start in September, so it's not too late to sign up for the one in May if you're interested. If not, again, if you're just starting trading, I don't recommend you sign up right away. It's good to have at least a couple of months of trading under your belt, if not longer. Really, it's about accelerating your trading journey, but you have to have some idea of where it is you want to go, so we can help push that that velocity so you can move faster. That's what the Peak Capital Bootcamp is for. peakcapitaltrading.com is where you can go to find the information on that. But if you actually want to sign up through the Bearable Traders website, we'll give you a special bonus. Not only can you get the boot camp, but you'll also get a 1-year access to the Bearable Trading community as an elite member. And you can do that for the same price as you'd get it on the Peak Capital Trading website. So check that out, bearabletraders.com. Scroll right down. It's that $29.99 option you see right there, and that's it's a lot of money. Don't get us wrong, but it's a great price for all that you get. The boot camp is intense. There's so much material you get. You get live trading every day. You get all sorts of webinars, both recorded and live. You get the mentorship sessions. You get the tutorials. Yeah, it's check it out. It's a lot of work if you're gonna invest in it, but it's well worth it. So there you go. Okay.
All right. Awesome, friends. All right, I did my best to update that manually at the bottom there, so you do have some tickers. But yeah, that's brutal to update it that way. We'll fix that. But there it is. We got some stuff happening there. We have Google, Meta, AMD, NVIDIA on the secondary list, and then low flows are the popcorn tickers. MRAM and also Akan are both very active with some good volume this morning, up 32%, and then Akan up 25%, both with 3.1 million shares traded. So plenty of stuff happening there.
Yeah, I just see a question here. Ben Paris, you're asking what's a leveraged ticker for Meta. There's a lot of them out there. If you want the upside one, METU, try that one. That is just one of many, but it's a 2-time leveraged long one, and you get it at a better price, I suppose, if you're looking at it that way. METD would be a bear, but it's not leveraged, that one, so it's going to move a little bit slower. So
yeah,
but there you go.
All right, excellent. All right, friends, let's get some levels. 907. We're actually running early today, running very, very early. So let's do this before we get some levels. Let me see if you guys have any ideas that we can put together here. What do you guys like this morning? Let me look at what you guys have on deck. I have X up as well. So guys, throw some tickers. We'll look at them and see what we can put on the list here.
Maybe we can talk news, Carlos.
Sure. What do you have in mind?
Yeah, we could talk fun news. Do you know what these things are? Have you got that screen?
Yes, I have the screen. Yeah, I have no idea what it is, and I'm obviously not cool because I don't have one.
You're not cool. You're not cool because you don't know what that is.
No,
you
no
guys
idea.
out there know what this is? This is Nido. Nido. It's a play on words, Nito and dough. It's like a squishy stress doll, type thing, Carlos. But this is apparently the latest fad. You know how there's fads? I mean, I still think of like a Chia Pet or Sea Monkeys or I don't know, Cabbage Patch Kids, or I'm going way back into the Wayback Machine. But how about spinners? That's a little more current. But anyways, this is the current spinner. It's the cool kid toy. And if you don't have one, apparently you're not cool. They're selling out the second that they put them on the shelves. The companies, they're finding it impossible to stock, so they're about to jack the price up because they find they can make money. Apparently, it's very pliable and squishy. Pet rocks. They are so squishy. So. A day in the life of Rojas. Do you have one? I don't know. Anyways, great stress reliever. Their daughters have several. Wow, then your daughters are super cool if they have several. So we are not cool here. So, but there you go. So that's the latest hot fad toy, Carlos. So if you're not getting them for your kids, you're making your kids be uncool.
Yeah. Well, they have. Usually they're pretty good at letting me know, hey, Dad, I want this. At least my daughter is. She's going on 13 there, but she hasn't asked for this yet. So I'm not sure. What's the age? Because she went through a stress. We have so many pillows and these squishy. What's it called? The squishy things. What were the squishy pillows? I got the name wrong.
No,
they were hot.
What the,
Squishmallows. I have no idea what the name was,
Yeah,
but they were these
something-
little round things, and they were very squishy. And we have like Squishmallows. Yeah, Squishmallows.
Squishmallows. Yeah, there you go.
You can't lay on her bed. Her bed is full of this stuff. You know, like at least 30, at least. You know, and then it's just crazy.
Well,
so that's out of style
look.
now. You know.
Squishmelons, Labubus, fidget spinners, Tamagotchis, Furbies. I mean, look, there's so many of these trends that are going back, right? The decades. We seem to love these. Well, this is the latest one. So there you go. If you hadn't heard of it, now you have. You can tell people how cool you are because at least you know about it. But if you don't have one, yeah, you're not so cool. And speaking of cool things and cool people. Carlos, you know, are you going this weekend to see the hit movie that's coming out, The Devil Wears Prada 2?
I don't have the slide for that one, but I am not. Didn't know. I saw the trailer that was coming, and I'm like, oh, this is good. I enjoyed the first movie. Okay. I enjoyed the first one, so I don't, you know. Am I going to go to the movie theaters to watch it? Probably not. Are you?
No, I have no intent to do that. So it's but I mean people seem to be all excited for this. So you know, it's the latest thing. Here you go. Oh no.
Yep, I got it. It's up.
You got it. All right, there you go. Okay. So yeah, it's I mean, look, it's got all the cast back, which is fascinating. And what's interesting to me is between number 1 and number 2, these are a group of actors who haven't aged very much, really. If you think about, I mean, there's a fair number of years between these two movies, and you know, they're all doing pretty well, I gotta say. The guy that impresses me, the actor, the one of this cast that impresses me the most is Stanley Tucci. How is it that Stanley Tucci hasn't aged in like 20 years? I don't understand how he's done
What's
that.
happening there?
But I don't know. Like he has a new movie coming out that he's like an action hero now. The guy's in his 60s, but no, who cares anymore, right? He's in the Citadel, I guess, that series. And anyways, and he's like, they turned him into an action hero. He was just supposed to be like the wise tech guy in the first one. Now they've turned him in the next season into like I mean, look, I guess if have you seen the like Nobody? If you can make a Never Call Saul actor, I forget his name. What the heck is his name? Or Better Call Saul. Odenkirk. If you can make Bob Odenkirk into an action hero, why not? Anybody can be an action hero. I mean, you know, let's face it. We've had lots of history now of like of older individuals, especially men, becoming these action heroes out of nowhere. So, I mean, Liam Neeson is an action hero. So why not? Anybody can be one.
Yeah, agreed.
But anyways, look at a picture of Stanley Tucci 20 years ago and look at him today. Somehow he's stopped aging. So, in any event, it's AI. That's right. Maybe he's AI. He's not real.
Good. You never know, man. Never
jealous.
know. What is getting better is these image generators. I generated an image from my brother's thing, and I'm telling you, it looks so good now. It's getting so good. Like, you got to question everything you see out there. Got to question it. You know, were you there? You know, if you weren't there, you don't really know anymore. You know, so just be aware. All right, friends. Yeah.
Mr. Bean Matt is saying Paul Giamatti will be an action hero. So you know what? I would love to see that. That would be awesome. Because yeah, he's one of the least likely action heroes around. Why not? Let's turn him into an action hero.
Oh boy, we'll see.
Anyway, all right.
Hopefully they don't mess it up, man. Hopefully they don't mess it up. Sequels are tough. Let's hope that is a good one. They got a high bar to hit there. All right, friends, let's get to it. So levels for today, I got Google, Amazon, Meta, and AMD. I have secondary lists. I have more, but I only typed NVDA and low flow MRAN and a con there as far as the popcorn tickers. And but I got MU on there and some other ones as well. So we'll see what happens. But let's focus on what's in front of us here. Oh, and Tesla. I forgot to type Tesla. Tesla's on on there as well. We'll do levels for that also. All right, let's go to Google, friends. So here, high flying this morning, beautiful, up 7%. Not the easiest stock to trade, but today's their day. Just look at this volume here, and we'll definitely be watching them closely. 378, 378.79 is the high of the pre-market, and the low is going to be down at 369.95, pretty much 670 there. So we'll put a level there as well as far as the low of the day. And we're sitting here all-time highs. There's nothing else. There's really no other levels up here or to the bottom. We're just in our own little island there. The next levels we have are towards the bottom on the daily, 355-ish to around 340. 42 or so, right in this area, the highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. So that's all you need to add on there. Market Atlas is going to be a great help on a stock like this one, where you don't have daily levels to go by, up or down, right? So we'll be looking at those levels and supply and demand areas very closely. Here comes Amazon. I'm going to take some levels here. High of the pre-market this morning, sitting at 273.40. The low is going to be down at 265.45. And as well, another one hitting all-time highs, guys. Last time we were up here, besides yesterday and the day before, it was back in November. Might have been the end of October, November. We were up in this area. The last couple of days we have hit our time high, and today we're crushing past that. After hours pre-market, after hours last night, we did hit 272.04. I believe that is the official all-time highs number, so I'm going to mark that there. And this morning we have our high of 273.53. Let's see if we can get up there to that 277 again. Again, crushing it on Amazon. Towards the bottom, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. Do not need to add anything else. You're good there when it comes to Amazon, and we'll look forward to trading that one today. One that's not green, the only one that's not green on my list, is Meta this morning. So these guys are down 8.4, 2.7 million shares traded. Let's get some levels in place. Here's the low of the pre-market is sitting down at 605.42. We'll put a level there. And then towards the top, 627.20. So a little bit higher than that, 627.20. Right in this area there. That's your highs and your low for the pre-market. If we look to the left a little bit, let's get some daily levels. Going to be 593.17, and then right down here 577.10. Towards the top, just in case, we do have a great daily level. Look at that, 637.35. That is beautiful and nice. A lot happening there. Even on some days where that is where the day closed, but the wick came down to that 627.68, which is your pre-market high this morning, right? That's where we're kind of having a little bit of resistance. So that support area becoming a resistance area this morning above that 637. And just in case we have an overreaction and we can recover here, next level 648.80. 648.40 actually is a great level towards the top there. So that there you have for Meta. The only one that's down this morning, tons of volume. Looking forward to that one. And then last but not least, it's going to be our buddy AMD. What a clean and beautiful daily AMD has. Plenty of levels from the last 2 trading days right on here. So that is beautiful. Do not need to add a whole lot. Yeah, you're covered here. Maybe this little area right here might not be covered. 334. 66. The low of the pre-market, of course, is going to be 338.21. The high of the pre-market, 345.45. And then above that, your all-time highs seems to be a couple of days ago. It's going to be, go back right up here, right in this area, 352.78. And again, when we say all-time highs, I'm just looking at the daily. If this thing after hours or pre-market went higher, that's not going to show here. So your all-time highs, not saying it's the case here, but could be higher. This is just what the daily is showing as far as where the high of that day, right? So keep that in mind. If you ever say, wait, what is Carl's talking about? 352.78 is not the all-time high. It's 365, right? That's not going to show here on the daily itself, okay? But as far as levels, we're pretty set here on AMD, looking really nice. And I'm going to try to focus just on these 4. There's so many you can go with today. Your watches can look completely different than my Google, Amazon, Meta, and AMD, and that's okay. You can still have a blockbuster list today. It's just that type of day. A lot in play, a lot green on the screen, except for Meta. Meta is not feeling so hot this morning. Peter, tell us what our team is watching and what's going on in the moderating team. I see Andrew there in the chat room. Good morning to you, sir. And what is the latest and greatest from the moderators in the community?
Well, let's start with Andrew, since you mentioned him. Yeah, he's going to be watching Qualcomm, Meta, Micron, Tesla, NVIDIA, and AMD. So not a surprise, a whole lot of semiconductors and AI going on here. He's also adding Amazon on the list so that he can keep an eye on that. Eamon, he's going to be watching Apple for a potential long. He likes the look of that today. Mike is going to be watching Amazon, Google, and of course keeping an eye on the scanners. You know what? I'm going to be like, I've got, like you said, Carlos, so much to watch. Google, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, AMD, Intel, Qualcomm, Eli Lilly. I mean, I'm like, my eyes are all over the place. I've got stuff on my charts. You know, oddly, the one thing I won't be watching is probably Tesla, because it's what I normally look at the open. But I think today may not be its day. But it actually sort of looks okay. Maybe it's going to be a sneaker. It's going to sneak in there. But anyways, I've got, you know, my setups that I'm looking for. I think Microsoft might be pushed down a little too much. It's down 1.7%. It was a little higher earlier here, up at 422. It's sitting at 417 now. So I'm going to be watching it to see if it can make a run at the open. I'll wait and see what we can do with that one, and whether it gives me a long trading opportunity. AMD, I'm also sort of bullish on, because it is not quite at that all-time high, and like you point out, that all-time high is over $352. $352.99 is actually the point it actually stopped at, which is interesting. And that's $10 away from the current price. So I think there's, you know, if the market is strong, this is all dependent, of course, on the market itself being strong, but I think that Microsoft and AMD both might get a lift. Now, you know, we have to look at the other side. They're the ones that are really strong coming, the Googles and Amazons and Qualcomm for that matter. You know, I don't know. We'll see. Can they go higher? I mean, you know, we got all-time highs on all three of these. There's Qualcomm. No, Qualcomm's not an all-time high, but Amazon and Google certainly are. So, you know, can they go higher? Geez, I don't know. Like, it feels like that, you know, maybe they're, like you said, priced to perfection here. Are they, you know, how high can they go? I guess if the demand is there, they can keep going. But for the moment, I'm thinking that we may get a little bit of a pullback, but that's just me. I'm going to wait and see, right? Because the market's got to tell me. And you know, if I'm wrong and they go higher, then I'll watch and I'll wait for reversals, because that's what I do. So, but yeah, for me, AMD and Microsoft are the two big ones I'm going to be focusing on right at the open, thinking that, you know, if I see long opportunities and the volume looks good, right? If Atlas gives me a good indication that we've got orders building to the top, then I will be, I'll be ready.
All right, here we are, friends. All right, here we go. Just about less than 7 minutes to the market open, guys. We're just gonna get ready, get things rocking and rolling here. I'm gonna get my 1 minute, my 5 minute, and yeah, we'll be good to go. I saw some people mentioning Hood here. Our good buddy Randy mentioned Hood. Let's take a look. Yeah, this was. It was not the easiest trade yesterday, but they give you a beautiful drop eventually. They give you a hard time at first, and then finally gave in and had a beautiful sell-off here, which Andrew took a part of here. So here it is, very choppy at the beginning, and then finally gave in and gave you this drop. So today, I don't know. I know you're mentioning some orders at 73.50. Maybe they, you know, overreaction on the drop here. They are green slightly. They have an opportunity to hold on to this level of support that they had in the past, right in this area here, and maybe start closing this gap, right? So they've been here before plenty of times. You can see that there, even gapped up and sold off. So we'll have to wait and see, but won't make my list, but we can definitely look at it later. And please, if you see something great, call it out, and we'll take a look at it. When Hood's in play, it can trade very well. Yesterday was a little bit tougher. Finally gave you the move, but it's not the easiest stock to trade at times. So, but yeah, keep an eye on it.
Noticeably absent from pretty much everybody's list is the biggest company on the market. Nobody's talking NVIDIA today, really.
Interesting, right? Yeah, I have it on my secondary. Yeah.
I mean, you can't totally ignore NVIDIA just
No.
because it is so big and such a presence. But yeah,
Yeah.
today is not its day. Now, remember, NVIDIA always reports late, right? Like their reporting is still, I don't know, several weeks away anyways.
Yeah.
So, they're not in the news cycle, especially with all these other big companies in the news right now. But yeah, I yesterday, boy, it traded horribly yesterday. I know we were trying,
Yeah.
Carlos, you were trying to get some trades on it. But just look at it all day. Like unlike AMD, which took off and went crazy, NVIDIA just chopped, just up and down all day. Yeah, it's not pretty.
Finally gave in to that. We had orders at, was it at 209 and 208? We had huge orders there, but man, it struggled to get down there. As you can see here, eventually did give in, but it was not pretty at all. Even this drop to those levels that we saw on Market Atlas with plenty of orders doesn't look great. Like I know you dropped here, almost $2-3. Still doesn't look that nice the way this drop happens. So it's been doing a lot more often, man. NVIDIA, and we've kind of been keeping it off. We've been looking at, I mean, for goodness sakes, we've been trading MU instead of NVIDIA, right? MU's been trading better than NVIDIA at times. And look at this morning. It's beautiful pre-market activity. Again, the spread for me is a little bit tougher because it really messes up the way the price action works, right? In addition to managing your risk, you could always take less shares, but when you have stocks with higher spreads, the price action is not fluid. It's really jumpy, and it's just harder to read. So, but man, it is in play. I do have it on my secondary list there. I didn't put it down on the banner because updating the banner now is like an act of Congress. It's very difficult the way it's set up. We'll fix it, but MU, I have it on my secondary, Peter. I mean, it's one of those stocks that difficult to trade, but I'm hoping that, hey, if anything happens, maybe we could take advantage. And look how beautiful this daily is. They need to split all these tickers. All these tickers got to split. We need MU to go back down to 125. We need AMD back at the 80s. Meta back around 150. Amazon, didn't they do like a 10-1, 11-1 split, like at $80-60, right? Like, what? We need to go back there. We need to go back there so we can have all that nice volume, right? Yeah, it was like 100. Yeah, it's like $120. That was lower. For Amazon, I thought their split was lower, like 90 or 80. I don't remember, but it was a big split. It was like a $2,000 stock, right? We need to do that. That needs to happen on all these tickers here. Why is the funded account can't see the spreads? You should be able to. You should have the level 1 there on the funded account. You should be able to see that. All right, let's see, friends. What else? Amazon, Google, Meta, AMD, MU, NVIDIA, and even I have Tesla, my secondary as well.
And their last split was 2022.
Okay, yeah, it was run right. Yeah.
They split 20 for 1.
It's 20 for 1. I was way off. Yeah, I knew it was a big split, man.
Yeah.
It was a big one. So.
Yeah,
awesome.
You're right. Amazon was like whatever.
It was the mortgage stock we used to call it at that time,
right? Like, it was like untradeable.
It's crazy. So, and then they got no volume. Got no volume whatsoever. All right, let's see. 1 minute, 5 minute.
I don't know where this stuff is going to go today. Like, I really don't know what we're going to expect. This opening bell could bring a lot of surprises. Again, I'm always conscious, no matter what happened pre-market or post-market, when this opening bell rings, right, there's a different group of buyers and sellers that come in, right, with a lot more money. So they're able to push these stocks around. They'll end up with these stocks where they want them to be. We just don't know where that is. So we're going to find out together. Microsoft. Oh, Microsoft's dropping here into the open. Everything's got a little bit of a drop here. Oh.
Awesome. Man.
All right. A minute to win it here. We got 1 minute till this market open.
You post something online and it lives forever. Somebody just reposted something I posted back in 2022. They just reposted it today, a couple hours ago. Here's the post. If your equity curve for 2022, if you look at your equity curve for 2022 and you remove the worst 5 days, how great will your equity curve look? For some traders, it's a handful of bad days that mess up the whole thing. Avoid big drawdowns from those big going on tilt days. Man, what a great advice. Good job. old Carlos.
That is,
Or-
we've provided the same
or younger
advice here.
Carlos.
Absolutely.
Good job. It's
Yeah.
great advice. All right. Good for you. Everything lives on forever on the net. Let's see
Wow.
here.
Microsoft is down $7 here in the last 2 minutes.
And off
Okay, here we go. Opening bell. Let's go.
Ding, 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 ding. AMD. Oh, nice. AMD's
Ooh.
on the move down.
AMD.
Couple of bucks.
what
Right, it's the previous day close. Getting a nice
Mhm.
bounce.
We got a pull down in the market overall. We got a drop here on AMD.
The profit takers coming in and saying
Yep.
this is good for me. We say that, but we don't really know. It could be shorting, people shorting it. We have no idea what drives it down or up.
Right.
But I always like to think it's people taking profits. I like to think it's you guys making a boatload of money because you've been sitting on this for 2 years. So I'm going to go with that story. I like that better. Good job, guys. All right, here it is. AMD bouncing. I think I need to be patient today. I think today's one of those days where things can be tougher than most mornings. Here's AMD.
We got some moves.
going
AMD's
red.
right at yesterday's close.
wow, that's
it's going
nice.
lower.
That is nice. Beautiful.
Ugh, I really was tempted to, I said I was long bias on it. Looks like I'm wrong. It's definitely not going long at the moment.
I was looking for a bounce too,
yesterday's-
man. I was looking for
After
a bounce.
yesterday's
Yeah.
big day, yeah, maybe it needs a breather. So
Mike, what are you looking at? EMS? Oh, that's futures, I think. Is that what Mike is doing? I try to pull the EMS up. It's not coming up. MES, excuse me. MES.
Eli Lilly is popping up. So many things are moving down here.
I love that,
big
Candy. That's
sell-off.
good. Love it, love it. Candy says she's in no hurry to mess up a green month. Yeah.
You know what? Last day of the month. That's good. That's good advice. Good thought
Last day
process.
of the month, Friday. Oh yeah, I'll go back to bed. Green month, everything's looking good for you, Candy. Don't mess it up. But you're not gonna mess it up. You're gonna trade well like you have been all month, and you're just gonna, red or green. You're gonna just do your thing. So, no pressure. As Peters likes to say, you're not gonna make the month today, but you can mess it up.
You can break it. Yeah.
You could break it. You ain't gonna make it in one day, but you could break it. So let's not break it. That's for sure. Okay. Meta. Meta. What's Meta? Like a $5 stop? Like this thing can move so much. I'm just realizing how much Meta can move now. I mean, this is almost becoming untradeable too, man. This is a lot.
What's the spread on this?
Spread. Surprisingly, Meta has a very beautiful spread. 56 cents, 45 cents. That's not bad for a $600 stock, actually. That is not bad. 35 cents. Yeah, CMU is, on the other hand, $1. 90 cents, 40 cents. Yes, it's all over the place, man. It jumps a lot. And
Intel. All red candles so far in Intel. Oh, Micron. Look at these big wicks on Micron. Like it just keeps doing its thing, Carlos. That's
yeah.
God, so hard. So hard to trade.
Yeah.
Guys, I hope be smart here, right? If you're trading, stick to your rules. There is money out there, but it may not be yours.
That's it.
I am watching AMD. I was long biased. Looks like I am totally wrong. I am not it's just not cooperating. It's moving lower, so clearly it's taken a breather after yesterday. It looks like most of the semis are moving down. So
oh man, here looking for a 5-minute RB, guys. 5-minute RB. NVDA
Tesla
seems better.
is bouncing a little bit. Oh, Tesla.
NC Trader going long BE. Scott in Lepa, he says, go BE, go. Bloom Energy.
Carlos, Tesla bounced off the VWAP here, and it looks like it's
Oh, wait. It's not.
maybe
It's,
it's going
I'm sorry,
back
did
to
I?
a low of it just spiked lower. Darn it. I was thinking
one?
I was trying to call it out to you. Okay, so
NVIDIA?
the type of yeah. Tesla.
Tesla. Oh.
It had this
Oh, that is actually
opening 5 minutes.
Yeah. Because you got the pullback and then the
you
drop.
don't want to
It's
chase
still-
this.
You don't want to chase it, but it's still at the break of the 5-minute ORB. But of course, you want the entry higher, closer to the VWAP. I think it makes sense, right? I don't know, Peter. I think it still looks. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's look at that. I think it still looks good. If it can keep the weakness, I think it still looks good, man. What's the stop here? Let me get that ticker.
Oh my goodness.
I did say
We got a
Friday.
lot of
Yeah, I'm
weakness
sorry,
here.
Grant. I did say Friday. It is only Thursday. My days are off. You know, when you're retired, everything just meshes in together. Like there's no, well, there's a difference because we trade on the weekdays, but it's just, you know, it's just a day. Every day's a day.
Is that the measure? If you eat 85% cocoa, that's a chocolate professional. I just know if you go over 85%, it gets too bitter and it's not. It doesn't taste good. 85% is the sweet spot for me. 80 to 85, depending on the brand, where you can get really good. You know, I don't want the milk chocolate unless I'm really looking for something sweet. But if I just want chocolate, yeah, 80 to 85%, baby, dark chocolate. That's.
Oh man,
All
glad
along.
didn't take that short on
Anyways.
Tesla yet here. Glad didn't jump in on
All right,
that.
we're getting a little bit of a bounce here on AMD. I'm keeping my eye on it because I still feeling that there's a long opportunity. But yeah, with the market being weak, I don't want to. I don't know. I just it didn't do what I was expecting. So.
Meta. All right, let's see here. Here's a great example, guys. If you look at Meta's price action and you look at MU's price action, right, very difference in spreads. And Meta, even though it's a higher price stock, trades much cleaner than MU does. MU's wicks all over the place. MU is Meta is so steady, and it's because the spread. You look at the spread on Meta, 10 cents, 14 cents. It'll go up to 30 and change, but MU goes up to like $1. You know, so much higher. And you can see a difference just in the way the candles are built. And that's part of it. That's part of it is having a good spread. It's going to help have that nice fluid price action. Look at that, 15 cents on a $600 stock. That's tight. That's tight. Very good, very good. AMD trying to come back. If it goes above the VWAP, it could be a nice early VWAP breakout. Plus, the previous day close is going to be under you, so that's good. That's not going to be in the way.
I've actually gone long here on AMD. I wanted to get a break through the previous day close. I'm keeping it really, really tight here because I don't want to get caught in a breakdown. I actually got in, added to it, took a partial. You know, I'm always keeping it tight here because I just
yeah.
I don't like it. It wasn't breaking higher, so I got
I
it
like the
with
potential
just a tiny,
on it, man. Let's see if it can
tiny
get up
little
there.
profit. I don't. Yeah, it didn't move as fast as I was hoping. So let me just do this.
Let's put this over here. See what we got. All right, it's trying to push there. Now it goes. Trying to push above that previous day close. Come on, you could do it. How are the orders looking? So right now we have it's It's
I don't.
very
Yeah,
balanced out,
the
actually.
level 2 didn't look
Yes,
great.
very
Yeah.
balanced out. Doesn't look great.
It's sort of balanced. I actually got out of the trade. You guys
Okay.
can. I sharing my
Yeah.
trade on that screen, Carlos, just so you can see.
Yeah.
You know, you know me. Like I'm not taking a lot of risk on this, especially at the open. I got in. I added.
Yeah.
You know, I took a quick partial at the top with the high arrow there, and then as soon as it started to drop again, I'm like, know what? This thing can drop fast. I don't want to get caught. I think it's going to go higher, but you know, for me, it's about tight risk to reward. This is how I stay out of trouble. So.
Wow, that's a great setup on Google. Joel, I think, mentioned it. Yeah, I could see that nice 5-minute breakdown, especially off the VWAP. You can see it cleanly here too on the 5-minute RB. Yeah, that's pretty clean, man. 369 is hitting that level there off the daily. And it looks like it wants to go lower.
Carlos,
man.
I called that, right? That bounce off of the VWAP on Tesla.
Yes. Yeah.
I got myself distracted on AMD. I should have taken the short on Tesla. Look at that. Wrong horse.
Yeah.
Oh well.
NVIDIA also giving in. Yeah, man, things are just, I don't want to chase anything down here, man. We missed some opportunities here. AMD continues to hold. AMD continues to hold. So I'm going to keep looking at that one for a possible VWAP breakout. If the previous day close is going to become a rejection, then that can also be a short with a better entry. But these other ones are gone. Like you look at Meta, it's not great. Amazon, wow, that is gone. Oh, man. That is gone. Google as well. Google's probably one of the cleanest one.
Look at Amazon. All red candles on Amazon this morning. That's
damn it.
Well, look, my premise was that I thought these things might have been overdone and that they're going to get a little bit of a pullback. So I guess I was right, but I just didn't see the entry. Like I was struggling to find that entry. Look at AMD.
Yeah, keep an eye on AMD, man. If AMD could get through both of these levels, I'm probably gonna look for a VWAP breakout. And let's see, man. I don't know. It's inching higher. Well, everything else is pushing lower. You know, so
it'd be making me really nervous. If I had a good entry like towards the low of day, like closer to 334, where you would have been safe through this chop, then I could have held on to this. The problem is I entered late, and you know, with that entry being right in the chop, that just never makes me comfortable. So. Okay, so yeah, NVIDIA selling off all morning here, pretty drastically.
All right, here it is, guys. Here it is. AMD above the VWAP. Yeah, man, I'm considering a long here if we get our VWAP breakout, which is a little bit earlier than when we normally do our VWAP breakout in, but I'm considering it because it's looking like it wants to. And if I look at the demand is pretty, I say the level 2 is pretty balanced out. There's still not a significant, let me show you what I'm talking about. There's still not a significant imbalance on Market Atlas with the level 2.
No.
But things are shifting. You could tell here, things are shifting around a little bit as we're getting above these two levels. The VWAP and the previous day close, probably the most important one that's in play here. Pull back, man. Don't leave me. There we go. Pull back. Let's do this the right way. No, come on. For those that don't know, we're looking for this. We're looking for the breakout candle, which is this one here. We're looking for the pullback candle and then the breakout confirmation candle. But I don't think we're getting it. This thing looks like it wants to go.
Yeah. Clearly, I should have just stayed in it. Would have served me well, but again, I didn't.
It looked questionable.
Like the risk.
It looked questionable, and the level 2 was not giving you any inclination that it was going to go high.
No.
You know,
well, that was the problem.
All, so.
It didn't have a support from the level 2 and that or the Atlas, and that made me a little concerned about it. So that's okay. You know, like again, I manage the way I manage it, right or wrong.
You dirty dog. Okay, maybe not. Take that back. It's coming back. I thought it was gonna shoot up towards the highs there.
I like second by second, Carlos. You're like, you do. Oh no, it's okay. No, it's okay. That's the emotions of a trader, eh?
Oh man,
Eamon did a good video about that, right?
Yes, he did. He did a reel on that. It was funny. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. We're getting something here.
Well, Andrew's
What is Andrew doing?
Andrew's having struggles this morning. It's not all working out for him. He's tried a couple of longs. He's tried a couple of shorts. Everything seems to be, just messing with him today. So there are days where that happens.
Yeah, yep. Happened to him yesterday, but then he made it up nicely. We finally got that short on Hood, which worked out excellent. AMD. Atlas is getting more and more bullish, in my opinion. I guess I could have taken that. I don't know. It was
Look at
tight.
AMD.
It was tight.
I was in at the right spot, Carlos. I just couldn't hold it. So, oh well.
Yeah, I'm like hyper focused on AMD. I might be missing something else. Let's look at something else here. Let's see what else. What else? Amazon rounding out here at the bottom. Meta's right at the VWAP as well. This could be a good one. Down 9%, maybe overreaction here. Going long, Microsoft with a tight stop. Good job, my friend. Let's take a look. How does Microsoft was in play. So much stuff to watch today, man. All right, so I see you're playing the support area here for 9. All right, let's hope we can break through that VWAP for you, or at least get to the VWAP. That's a $3 move if it can do that. So hopefully that can take place. Not
nice
my trade, but
AMD.
I can see what you're looking at. Yeah. Yeah, AMD's, I don't know. Meta failing the VWAP breakout here. So having a tough time. I don't like it for a short door. So it is coming back towards the low there, but not trading well as far as the breakout. So rejected off the VWAP here. I don't think it's a short though, because again, it's already down quite a bit. Already set a level here of support. So this is like no man's area. Like here, the risk reward is not great, right? Because this can still become support if it comes back up here. Now, I'd rather play the breakout, the breakdown from this.
Now,
right, if anything.
As you say that, Andrew went short.
He went short? Oh, no.
On Meta. Yeah.
On Meta? He did?
Yeah.
Well, maybe he sees something I don't.
Just before you gave that analysis, he went short on Meta. So we'll see how that works out for him. But
we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he sees something I don't see, you know? All right, so now I wanted to go down for him.
Yeah, he tried.
I wanted to go down.
Meta shorts. It looks like a couple of times, and it wasn't working out. So he's trying to make it. He's bending it to his will, as only he can do. So.
All right, so let's see if Meta bends the knee again. For me, the risk reward is tough on this one, but it's Andrew, right? He could get in here and get out here and do well. I get in here, I need to get out like down here, like you can't even show on the screen. I gotta get down like, can we zoom out a little more? I gotta get down like 600 to say okay, we had a good trade. So different type of traders, my friend. But yeah, failed the VWAP breakout, guys. So no good there. You don't want to go long on something like this. Be very careful. We see that fake out a lot. We saw it on NVDA 3 times yesterday. Just couldn't get above the VWAP, right? So just be careful on something like that. And there are occasions where AMD does this, just doesn't look back, right? Big nasty drop here though. So I'm glad I was not in it, because this would have stopped us out. We probably had a partial, but this would definitely have stopped us out. Either a break even or with a little bit of a slippage there. Meta, let's see if we can break the low here for Andrew, but right now it's just kind of stuck sideways a little bit. Amazon, look at the weakness, continuing a new low on Amazon. So Amazon heading lower, my friends. Is the spread on AMD crazy? Usually spread is more tight on AMD. What is it? 37 cents, 15, 14. It's not that crazy, but again, I don't know how bad was it when you saw it. Yeah, 37 cents, 48. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, actually, this larger than usual. Why is it so high? Or has it been like that? Yeah, but 40 cents is not the greatest. Still not horrible for a $300 stock, but yeah, it's not what we're used to, Addison. We're used to very tight spread on AMD, NVIDIA. We're not used to this 50, 40 cent spreads. That's true. All right, Carlos, which one is more profitable? Day trading, same higher cap stock, or buy and hold for long like AMD or Amazon? I think buy and hold. I think buy and hold is yeah, man. Yeah, I think buy and hold.
Okay.
If you hit buy and hold, because I look at some day trades, and you're gonna make great money. You can make great money, but I think the big money eventually is made with buy and hold. I think that's where the real heavy hitting money is made, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Ultimately,
yeah.
you know, if there's one thing you can learn, if you ever read any of the Jack Schwager books, he interviews long-term traders. The longer you trade, the longer your trades tend to become, right? And people tend to take fewer trades over longer periods of time. But that's because you've got lots of capitalization, right? You can make $1 million bets. If you're not in a position to make $1 million bets, then really you want to be trading such that you can make small bits of money consistently. But it takes a lot more work.
Yeah, so it takes more research, takes more time. The turnaround is a little bit higher, so you can make more, but the turnaround of when you can use that money again, it's a lot longer, right? We're trading now. Let's say we make $300, a great day. You know, we could trade again, make another $300, right? So, but all that's not going to amount to you buying the same amount of buying power in a good position and holding that. And I mean, look at some of these stocks. I mean, just look at the SPY. Like, you look at some of these tickers, you would have bought a good amount of buying power. Oh, baby. You know. Now, I think so you got to be able to do both. It's got to be a mixture. If you like day trading, do day trading, but have your long-term stuff. But this is why Andrew says you got to love this. You got to love trading. You know, you got to love trading because part of this is we love it. We love what we do here. You know, if you don't love this can be miserable at times, right? So you got to love it. You got to love it. And we do, man. We have a passion for this, you know, being in and out, and it's a passion for it, you know, and being here with you guys also is nice. You got to really love the journey, I think.
Wow, AMD didn't go all that far. Actually, it made a move.
Actually failed.
Now, it's red. It's red now. So, you know, I don't feel too bad about this trade. I was in a little late by my estimation. I did miss the move because, you know, I chickened out. But it's oh no, you know what that means? I did, Carlos.
Did what?
I Paco'd it.
Oh, Paco. Peter always
it.
check us out. Did the Paco. Yeah, agree, Mike. Agreed. The excitement and dopamine of trading is not available on any drug. I don't know, man. I got to introduce you to some of my friends and some of the stuff they do. You know, and but no, I agree with you. There's a dopamine effect to it, for sure.
Absolutely.
You know,
we did have a couple minutes ago, Chicago PMI numbers came out. They're a lot lower than expected, but this is just like a relative scale on this PMI. So 49.2 was the actually delivered number versus 54.8. I mean, the market dropped right after that. I'm not honestly sure if it's related to that number or if it's just sort of moving its way downwards because it sort of hit an inflection point at roughly the same time, at least on the SPY. So anyways, so there you go. There's the 9:45 in about 6.5 minutes. We've got the Atlanta Fed. The market usually ignores that if it even comes out on time. They haven't been that reliable in the last couple of releases, so we'll see what happens. I'll let you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
In a few minutes.
Rami, you're done. Oh, don't tell me that. What else we got here? Going for the gap. Show the portfolio. You could talk to my account manager about that. He'll let you know if he can share with you. What else we have? $30.
Have you taken a trade yet, Carlos?
No, man. I'm reading the comments and living through them because I'm haven't done anything, so I'm just living through you guys. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I came in too excited for the day and caught nothing.
Well, sometimes when you have a directional market, when things just sort of go, it can be hard, right? Because if you do like we do, and we're trading every single day, we're always worried about managing that risk. And that means that, like you said, sometimes you just don't get the entry because you don't get that risk profile that you're looking for.
Yeah.
So
Wow, man.
it was,
Look at NVIDIA as you're talking here. It's just making a new low. Wow. Just insane, man. It's some really great moves out here, guys. I mean, we said it was going to be a jam-packed day. I can't believe it's 9:54, and Peter's only taken one quick trade, and I haven't taken none. That's not usual how it goes. But here we are. Here we are,
yeah.
Did Meta break down for Andrew? I was messing around, so it's trying to, but it's
no.
up and down, up and down. Might do it now, actually. Look at this.
It might. Now it does look better.
Hopefully he's still in it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of things are going lower.
Yeah, he's still hanging in there. He's being stubborn with it, so it might end up working out for him.
He's being Market Atlas with it. That's what he's doing. I see what he's doing. He's looking at Market Atlas. He's seeing all this stuff down here and nothing on the top. And yeah, I like the way Market Atlas looks. That's what he's doing. He's looking at Market Atlas and seeing, hey, 600 could be a possibility with 66,000 orders, and there's nothing up here. And AMD did this. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to break down now, because NVIDIA had the same thing yesterday when I took the trade. It didn't break down. Oh, I'm not showing you guys the screen. I'm so sorry. It didn't break down right away, Peter. It took a bit, and then it broke down. So it does not necessarily mean it's going to happen now, but clearly there's a lot of pressure for it to go lower. A lot of pressure. Let's see if that's gonna pan out here. I gotta say, this looking good. It's looking good on Meta. See if it can do it, but it's got to break the support area here. This level here has got to break down from this. All right, let's see. Amazon sideways, Google up and down, nothing crazy. Amazon below the previous day close, below the VWAP, back above the VWAP. It just looks a little messy to me. So I'm not going to touch that one. PLTR, you guys are mentioning it. Let's take a look. What do you see on it? What do you like on it? How are you looking at this one today? We could take a look. Hood. Oh, Mike, my man. Thank you. Mike gave me more tabs. I like that.
Oh,
excellent.
Do I have more tabs? Oh, I've got more tabs now.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Let's go.
Okay.
So this is good. This is good. I could put everything on here. All right. Meta, Intel, Hood. You're asking about Hood. Let's see. No, PLTR is what you're asking for. Oh, this is great. 4 was good. 8 is better. 4 was great.
Hey,
8 is better.
Carlos,
sure.
my garbage day changed and it's today. Did you take out the garbage?
I did not take out the garbage, and I do have to do that because my wife is on vacation and she usually reminds me to do that.
Is it?
And she's
is
not
it too
here.
late?
Nope, it's not too late. They come around 10 something, so I'm gonna go now, guys. Give me one second.
Do it right now.
No, thanks, man.
Yeah.
So that's clutch.
Hey, that's what we're here
clutch.
for. This is what a community's about. Whether we're helping with trading or helping to take out the garbage.
Oh my goodness, take out the garbage. Yeah, that would have sucked. All right, here it is. I'll be right back.
All right. See you guys. Sometimes that's what we can do for each other. I'm still watching AMD. It's not actually doing a lot today. It did do this, make this move higher, bounced off the previous day close again. It is sitting a little bit green, but not a lot. There's just great moves out there. I hope some of you took advantage of Qualcomm. Interesting bounce off the low of day. It's moving higher fairly aggressively right now. I see Carlos has got PLTR, which is actually not moving all that well compared to some. Like Amazon had a drop off the open, but it's been moving sideways for the last 20 minutes. So is Meta. Meta's really just been moving sideways for the last 20 minutes. That initial drop off the open was sort of short-lived. It, good move range-wise. Didn't go far. Microsoft, however, sort of been moving down all morning. So that would have been, I thought Microsoft might bounce and recover, but It clearly was just sort of bouncing lower. NVDA lower. Yeah, we've got some, this market, both the Qs and the SPY are lower. So where they started green. And how many times have we told you guys about this, right? Like, you got to watch it pre-market. Just because the market is green doesn't mean that's where we're going to be after the opening bell. And sure enough, right, the big money, voiced its opinion, and its opinion was, we want to sort of bring things back, right? Let's calm this down a little bit, bring things back to previous levels, and overall, that's where the market is sort of settling now. There's lots of day left to trade, so we could see more movement up or down, but for the moment, this is where they want it to sit. Don't forget, we do have some prominence. We're not done with the earnings. Yesterday was a massive earnings day, as we know, but tonight we've got another big one with Apple. So you're right on that. Sro. I don't know how to say that. Anyways, SanDisk, Western Digital, Reddit, Rivian, right? They're all sort of interesting. AMZN, we watch all of those at different times. So they're all reporting after the close. So it could be another very interesting day. What time? Let's see what time they report. Apple's a little later. So SanDisk reports at 4:05, as does Reddit and Western Digital. AMZN is reporting right at 4. Roblox also reporting at 4:05. So we do have a lot of stuff. Oh my God, Riot, Roku. Wow, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's reporting. But the big one, Apple, doesn't report till 4:30. So you're going to have to wait a little bit. 30 minutes after the close is when we're going to get that move. So a little bit of time to wait on that. Oh, Carlos is back.
I'm back. Yes.
Crisis averted.
Oh, yes.
You don't have
she
to
flies
get in
back
trouble.
tomorrow. She flies back tomorrow, so I want her to find everything nice and tidy. And the last thing you want to do is have garbage sitting on the bin till Monday for the weekend.
I get it.
You don't want that.
I get it. Especially if it gets warm, starts to smell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Winter's no problem. Once you throw it out there, the thing freezes, and it's better than having it anywhere else. But yeah, once it gets warm, get a little bit of wind, it starts going into the backyard, and you don't want that. You don't want that. No way, no way. All right, see what we got here. See what we got.
All right, so let's see. GDP now. Looks like it came out, what is today's? Yeah, they don't have today's number yet. 1.2% yesterday, right on target. What's going on? Okay.
That's funny. Peter's saving Carlos's marriage. Yes, he is a man of the house.
When should Mike? I don't know. Look, you got to let us know. You tell me what your garbage day is. I'll do my best to try and remind you.
Yeah. It's been tough, man. I got the kids with the morning routine and everything. I'm forgetting all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. But Carlos and I have been doing this together for long enough that I just know now, right? Because he'd had to run off and say, "Oh crap, I forgot." And I know because my wife reminded me this morning, because our garbage day used to be Friday and it just moved this month to Thursday. So she sent me a reminder. I did that pre-market. I meant to remind you earlier, but I forgot.
Oh, nice, man. Nice. Love it.
Mention it when it occurred to me.
Friends, and one more thing I'm going to remind you is hitting that thumbs up. Let me see if I did it. I did do it today. So let's hit that thumbs up over on the stream. Really appreciate it, AMD. Wow. Look at you.
Sammer, hey, you have 2 days a week? You get garbage twice a week? That seems overkill. That seems too much. Tuesday and Friday?
City? Where you live in the city? If you live in the city, it's 2 times a week, yeah. But if you live suburbs, you're not getting 2 times a week. No way. That's not happening. I mean, it could. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Actually, you're catching us out. You're right, Mr. Steve Bode.
He is calling us out.
You guys have your own garbage truck. What's the problem? Yeah. But it's like all those influencers out there who show themselves in their Lambos. It was leased. We just leased it for the photo shoot, so we didn't really own a garbage truck. Well, that one's dead because it caught fire, man. That one's gone. But then there's the one on the stock exchange. It's there. Where's
That one keeps hiding from me. I gotta put that one on put that one on a hotkey. Wow, guys, AMD, incredible. Look at that, 345.41 on AMD. There it is.
That's what Carlos had to do.
Yeah, to go out here, drive my own truck. That's awesome.
That was him just a minute ago. He was taking the trash out. You have no idea how much trash he generates. That's why he needs the truck.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Tuesday garbage and recyclables on Friday. Recyclable for me is every 2 weeks, once every 2 weeks, which needs to change because the amount of boxes that we get now in this day and age, I mean, it's just insane. And I don't understand how Amazon makes money on these boxes, man. There's some shit, mister, I just don't get how these guys are making money. I really don't. Hold on a second. I'll show you something.
I know. Yeah. I think the same thing all the time because, like if you try and ship something as an individual, like they'll charge you like $20-$30 just to ship something. I'm like, yeah, how I can get like a stupid $3 purchase from Amazon shipped to me for free, but I want to ship something. You charge me through the nose.
Well, this is free. I got Prime, right? But look at this.
Yeah.
Look at how big this box is.
Yeah.
I'll show you what's in here.
Oh, it's not even open.
No, it's not open.
This is exciting. This is like an unboxing.
Unboxing video right here on Amazon. So you watch Amazon. Hopefully we could trade trade on Amazon would be nice.
Yeah. What's in it?
Can't even find it. What is it? Is that?
Oh my God. CR2032 batteries? Those are the CR2032s, right?
Yeah, you can't find a better way to ship this?
Wow.
Come on, guys.
You only bought 2 of them?
This thing is gonna last me, and this is preventive. I don't even need it now. It's preventive because I already used the ones I had, right? That's why I haven't opened it. How is that profitable, guys? How is this saving the earth?
I felt so guilty. I couldn't just buy 2 of them, Carlos. That when I bought them, I bought them. Oh my goodness! Sheet. I didn't need that many. But look, I've got a whole. See, I got a whole sheet of them.
My goodness, are they gonna expire before you even get to them?
Maybe.
The end of the world is gonna come before you get to those things, man.
Nah, no, because I put them on my bike. All the sensors in my bike use them, so I got to replace them. So.
Yep.
Anyway.
My goodness, Jeff, we got to do better, Jeff. I agree. We got to do better. This is not acceptable. I mean, look at this. You could put this in the U.S. mail, for goodness sakes, right? I mean, come on. All right. Dan, I agree.
They were in your neighborhood anyways, Carlos. They were just driving down the street.
Yeah. All right, here we are. Amazon couldn't get to the previous day close. Hesitating there. GOOG is trying.
I'm impressed at AMD. It bounced off of Vivo,
AMD was the best one.
Went to a high of day. Decent move here. I wish if I'd held on to my original trade, that would have been okay. But anyways, I did not. Tesla is at low of day. It's at the other end and seems to be following the market. The Tesla chart, if I squint, looks very similar to the market overall. Microsoft also at low of day. Is it going to break lower than 400? It looks like it's heading that way right now.
Look at Tesla. You just mentioned I pulled it up, and Tesla is look at that. I'm late to the party now. I can't short that there, but looks like it wants to go lower. 368. We got tons of orders there on Market Atlas. 117,000, and down to 365. We got a boatload at 365, but clearly that's ways out. 45,000 there. Some comments in chat. Yeah, envelope is all you need. I agree with your comment here. Where's the one that the reason the smaller boxes get lost, so they rather spend the money on the bigger boxes. I could see that because they're not dealing with like small letterheads. I just feel like there's still got to be a better way. You
Yeah.
know, it's got to be a better way. But I get it. This is not going to get lost when the guy's dealing with bigger packages that he's going in and out of, right? An envelope he might drop or lose or something. But yeah, I get it. I get it. NVIDIA, we had some really good trades today. Opportunities. No trades yet, unfortunately. But look at NVIDIA. That was just beautiful. Meta at the beginning also had a decent drop. Didn't last too long. Still struggling to lose this low, man. Still struggling. I think eventually it will. It's just I believe if we look at here's Meta on the level 2, we still have plenty of orders to the bottom here. Like nothing has changed. Like this still looks very bearish. It's just taking its time. So as long as it doesn't go above the VWAP here, you're looking okay when it comes to that. Is Andrew still short on Meta? I don't know. We'll check in with Peter here. See if we can see what Andrew's up to.
You know, it's a good question. I've been watching him here. I've been trying to figure out if he's still short on this because he's bouncing around to different things. I think he is. I think he's still waiting for Meta to drop. He's still watching it here. I can show you. Hold on here. I can.
Oh, good comment. So see, a lot of people know about boxes, right? I used to work in a warehouse, so I know a lot about boxes too in order boxing. Well, it costs more to have different size boxes. Have you seen all the packages from Amazon though? They have all kinds of shapes and boxes, and they have everything. This might be the smallest one though. Might be the smallest one, so maybe this is all they want to go down to. So yeah. So there it is. Andrew is still short on Meta. I think he's gonna get the move, man. I think you're gonna get it. Just the way the Atlas is set up here. It reminds me of my NVIDIA trade yesterday. It really does. And let's see here, 605.25. We got to dig in here. The low.
Here's it. Yeah, here's Andrew's screen. I've got Andrew.
You got it?
I'm sharing Andrew's screen. I don't know if
Sweet.
you got it there.
Take a look.
Yeah,
Yep.
I got it live.
I got it.
So.
Oh, nice. Nice.
He's got his trade here. He went short. You can see back over here. If you can see that.
Oh, there it is. Let's go.
He's still hanging into it. He's waiting for it to.
Yeah. It's about to happen here.
So he's being a lot more patient than he normally is, but that's because he's waiting for waiting for action. He's waiting for something exciting, I guess.
Yeah. But I think part of that is too. I think Atlas is helping him. Him visualizing, hey, we have a bunch of orders down there is helping him stay in this trade. It's what would have helped us get into AMD, Peter. We didn't get here at least, right?
Sure.
But we didn't get the signal. It was we didn't have a good signal on orders to the top side of everything. It looked a little more short than long. So it was a tough play. AMD sideways, Amazon sideways, Google sideways. What else? As MU is a good short. Also, NVIDIA was probably the trade of the day, I think, so far right now. That is just amazing. Tesla, not much. How are low flow stocks doing today? Let's take a look at our low flows. We have MRAM was one of them. This was up 38% so far right now. Hasn't really done much. Great volume this morning. Icon was the other low flow stock. It's just messy. They don't look great at all. Look at this one, messy, and messy as well. So not much happening there this morning. All right, let's see what else we got happening here. Anyone long Apple? Let's take a look at Apple. Did break out from the previous day close and the VWAP. So good. I'm not long in it, but I'm sure some people are. Walmart is one of those tough tickers. How are they doing today? They made our list, not our list, but they gapped up yesterday or the day before. WMT. Oh, look at that. They're rocking. Walmart is making a move. Up 2.3. They're having a great day. They're having a good day today. QCOM. Also moving higher, possibly a nice view at breakout. But again, just not much to see there. AMD breaking at 345, 47 level. What is that? We had that as the pre-market high earlier today. So right over here, pre-market high there. And you can see it's breaking towards that right now. I gotta say though, Peter, this was a messy breakout. Like this was not clean, right? Like even if you would have been in here, let's say you were in here, which I think you were, you know, maybe would have survived this. It would have been tough to survive that here, all the way back down here to the previous day close. And then here it's been moving up, but look how choppy it's been. So not the easiest trade on AMD. Meta's gonna fall apart. This is just, you can see it. It's just like it's hanging onto a thread here. It's gonna fall apart. You watch. That level 2 is gonna pull it down so fast. It's gonna hit 600 before you blink. I'm telling you. I'm not getting in it because I don't have a strategy here, but it is going down. It is going down. And this is why I believe that right here. I think we're going to start digging into some of these orders. Let me fix our aggregator. There it is. That's much cleaner. Digging into that 602 over and over and over again. Gonna have to bend the knee, my friend. Gonna have to bend the knee as we drive that lower. I got it twice long with AMD. Messy, but working out. Good, man.
People are mentioning some stock. Caterpillar, which we mentioned, had earnings. They're at all-time high. Qualcomm, you know, also had earnings last night. All-time highs here and pushing higher. Qualcomm's actually having a great morning.
Yeah.
It's got a high watermark that it set after hours last night. I mean, this thing theoretically could go as high as 182. So that's where it was overnight. No, sorry, Qualcomm's not all-time high. Sorry, I get that wrong. I forget to scroll back on the daily. Yeah, it was higher late last year. So
there he goes. 601 on Meta. There it is. Giving in now, passing the low of the day now, and let's see, 600. You can do it. 600 coming up. I knew it. I should have taken this. I should have taken this scalp. This would have been a scalp for me.
Andrew's finally getting the move on Meta here.
Oh yeah.
So still have it on my screen. He's like, he's so relieved that it's finally working.
Yeah, yeah. Trust the level 2. There it is. Beautiful. 600 coming up. And we got tons of orders, 65,000 orders. Oh, you can see right there on Andrew's screen too. He has the market atlas on his screen right there. You can see 600. There's just tons of orders there. I knew it, Widowmaker. I love this comment. BBT's falling apart. All great mentors are left. What's left is Seth Javier are just filled with the air. What a cooler tie is gonna be to wear power. Man, I love you, Jose. I think you might be right. Who knows? But you know, just a shame. We missed him. We missed him. But yeah,
that makes me feel sad. Your opinion of us, but okay, all right.
No, it's you know, he could be having a bad day. Let's find out. Let's see. Actually, no, he's a good guy. Congratulations, Andrew, on your engagement. Nice. No, he's got some really good comments. He's having a bad day. It's okay. We'll give him a pass. We'll give him a pass. We'll give Jose a pass. He's having a bad day, but he has some really good comments. Very positive overall on some of the history here. Maybe he's just having a bad day, and he feels a certain way today. So we'll see. We'll see how he comes back tomorrow. If he comes back on the wrong side of the bed, then we'll ban him. But no, listen. It's like a basketball team, right? There's people that they're just a fan of a person. That player leaves, you leave with that team. Now, at BBT, you know, there's a lot of people that are a fan of the community, right? Of the community. So I leave tomorrow. BBT keeps going. because BBT it's a community. It's not Carlos, it's not Peter, it's not Andrew. Andrew's a big part of it. But God forbid, let's say something happens to Andrew where he doesn't want to do this anymore. He says, you know, I'm tired. I want to retire and just lay down on the beach and really retire. I don't think that ever happened. Andrew's just, he wants to grow things, do more. He wants to build things. He loves to build things, an entrepreneur. But let's say one day he says, you know, I want to retire. I want to do the Warren Buffett and just ease my way into retirement. BBT, the community keeps going, right? And that's the thing. Now, if one of your great players from that team leaves, oh, that sucks. Are you going to switch your team? You know, you might still look at that player and follow him, but you probably don't switch your team. At least in New York, we don't do that. We're Yankee fan. Derek Jeter goes to Boston. Derek Jeter, we love you, baby, but we're in New York. You know, we stay here with the team. So the team always keeps going, and I get it. Maybe you miss some people that left. Hey, that's part of the game, but the team keeps going, right? And that's what you gotta understand. So we respect the way you feel. That's why I don't block you, because I respect the way you feel. I get it. When Norm left, decided he didn't want to do this anymore. It's horrible. We love Norm, but he decided, you know, he doesn't want to do this anymore. I respect that he went to do something else. To this day, I still talk to Norm. Love the guy, right? But the team keeps going, right? So I get your comment, man. Get it, 100%. Get it.
You you guys made me think. Just having fun.
Yeah.
Have you? I think Carlos. You know, I have some research for you.
Sure. What you got?
Do you know? Do you like Brendan Fraser? Do you know him as an actor?
I don't know Brendan Fraser.
No.
But let me look him up, because I'm horrible with names too, so I'm not great.
How about Hilary Swank? Do you know Hilary Swank, right?
I gotta look at the
$1 Million
picture. Let me
Baby.
see.
Anyways,
But yeah, what you got?
I have two movies you need to watch.
Okay.
One called The Core, and one called Journey to the Center of the Earth. Because I want you to know. I want you to know. And of course, these are documentaries. These are documentaries. So
They went there. They were there.
yeah, I mean, look, it's in video. It's there.
Because history shows me otherwise. Diagrams show me otherwise as far as they got. But if they were there, if they went,
just watch those movies, and then you'll know. Then you'll know what's there.
I feel like I've seen this movie like on Channel 11 WB. I feel like I've seen these movies where like,
both, they're both crappy movies.
I feel like I've seen these and they was just playing. They was just had them in the background playing somewhere there. Yeah. So so I have to revisit them.
You weren't paying attention. That's why you
wasn't
don't
paying
know
attention. Yeah.
You don't know what's at the middle of the earth.
You know, these kids would never know that an hour and a half movie was like 4 hours on a Sunday, right? With the commercials. Like these kids would never know that was the thing. And there was no pausing it and forwarding it or skipping. There was none of that. Yeah. No, you want to watch Die Hard. Oh, Die Hards were long too. They were on the longer side. It was a half a Sunday. You spend half a Sunday watching this movie on regular TV. So these kids would never know. Oh boy. And like my daughter the other day, she's like, I left the cable to connect to the car and put the music on streaming.
Frank.
And
Frank, Oh, so go ahead. Finish your thought.
So I left the cable to be able to connect the thing, and they did have the Bluetooth. It's like, Daddy, play a K-pop, whatever. I'm like, sweetie, I have the radio on. I can't put that on because my phone's not connected. But no, just play that. Like, no, the way the radio works is it just plays what they're giving. It's like, but you can't change it. Like, no, I can't change it. Like, they have no concept that this is, how things used to work.
What do you mean it's not on demand?
Yeah, it's not on demand.
I demand it to be on demand.
Oh my goodness. Or start this off from the beginning. I'm like, no, it's already, we switched to the station. It's already playing. I can't rewind it. It's not the way it works on radio. Oh my goodness. Times. All right, there it is. Meta gave the move to Andrew. What an incredible drop there. And it's going to go lower, I think, because there's still no buyers. Or not no buyers, but there's still no, there's no ask. There's no ask up there, or sellers or people want to short it, whatever. There's nothing up there. It's all towards the bottom. We're starting to dig in now. It is getting lighter, though. Look at that. All right, went right through it, 600. 35,000 more people coming in there, or shares, not people, shares, excuse me.
Yeah.
And just look at the back and forth. Look at the back and forth. 599 is coming up. It's a big battle happening here, friends. Big battle taking place right there. Let's see. And yeah, we should get lower.
I think so.
Get lower. The story is this price is acting up here. Look at that. The volume increasing. It's about to put in the most volume on the 1 minute for a bit. Oh, there it is. Come on. Huge volume. And they're holding their stance there. They're holding their stance.
And you mentioned
baby.
Die Hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
We that's one thing a bunch of friends and I we've been doing for years that we love to do. It's just fun to talk about. You know that documentary Die Hard, right? Where they document when the terrorists took over Nakamoto Towers. Anyways, I gotta get.
Oh yeah. I didn't see. I know about it, but I didn't see it the whole thing.
Anyways,
I'll be honest. Yeah.
We like to pretend that everything's a documentary, right? You seen that? You seen that documentary Armageddon, where they go into space in a shuttle and blow up asteroids that are going to destroy the Earth? Anyway. Yeah. Good documentary. It really happened. Bruce Willis, yeah, he's an astronaut.
I tell you, last about at 600.
Tyler.
Yep. JS Trading. I see that. Looks like we're gonna go through these buyers. Looks like, man.
I think Andrew did trade Qualcomm.
He did?
I think so. He was looking at it. I don't know where they actually traded it. But Qualcomm, I mean, a good move higher. It just missed touching 180, and it's pulling back from that level right now. I still got my regret goggles on here for having jumped out of AMD when I did. Again, it was the right decision at the time based on my strategy, but you can always look at the result and say, darn it. So there's that. And Meta is getting a lot of support at 600. It's quite interesting here to watch it. Look how flat it's gone, Carlos, right at 600 here.
Yeah.
It's just bouncing off this level. We'll see. Right now it's right there. Like it's literally to the penny right there. Can it break? Like, look at the low of day.
Yeah,
it's exactly 600.
We ate all those buyers up, man. Look at that. It went right to them. They died here. They're said
but they're replenishing.
They
The
are.
orders are replenishing. Like, look at this thing. It's holding at 600.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at the move lower. The move lower to 599 here on Meta.
That's impressive.
That's impressive how they held there. I thought here they were just gonna burn right through these guys, but man, they held.
Yeah.
Let's see. Back another test. They're not giving up, man. They just keep banging into that 600. These guys want to break down. They want to break it down.
This is like old school. We used to see this a lot where stocks would hold at a level. You don't see that as much anymore, I find.
No, this is nice.
It's
kind of fun.
Day trading where you could pick a level and you could just watch the orders hold, and then you could take the bounce. I used to do that all the time, where you take the bounce on things higher or lower, where you see them hit the ceiling, and then the sellers would just sell, and they wouldn't let the price get through that. So that used to be a good trade for me, but stopped working for the most part a few years ago.
Wow, am I leaving today with no trades, man? This is not acceptable.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable, man. Last day of the month, I'm not gonna take a stab at something. Come on.
Especially a day like today, right? When you come in with, Carlos, I find that when you come in with the biggest expectations, you're like, it's a big day. Everything's moving. Those are often the days where you're like,
it's not that big as I thought.
I didn't find anything.
Yeah, man. What the heck? Yeah, I'm skimming through the list here. I don't see anything that's setting up nicely for a VR breakout. Again, it's still early, still 10:30. We're having Mike join us in a second here, but before we do that, let's take a look at some stuff here. Yeah, no, it's battling, man. It's really battling. I'm surprised we didn't get to 599. I am really surprised. Bring it down there. All right, a couple of trades today, friends, from our community and moderators and members. Let's see what we got right now. We saw Andrew's trade. He's still in there in Meta. So we thought earlier that's going to be right over here. There's Meta. He took a couple of partials down to 600. Still waiting to see if we can get down to that, past that 600, down to 599, which again, you're getting a little bit of a pullback here, but we'll see if that can drive lower. Man, that 600 stood strong there. Stood very, very strong. Let's see if that can change in just a moment here. But here is some of our. Oh, I don't want like that. Oh, because this is PowerPoint. Okay, I switched it up on me, guys. Okay, hold on a second. Yesterday was slides. Now it's PowerPoint.
What's happening?
No, it's just switched it up on me.
System not working, Carlos? It's all falling apart?
No, system is working. When changes happen, you know, we adjust. Like I say, we adjust on the fly here. We take off, and then we fix the wing in the air. We're not delaying the show. But here's Paris trades. He traded Microsoft. Beautiful short here. Short, partial, added, partial. I'm surprised there's no ads over here. He's very good at that. But look at that. He's just enjoy the move lower.
Yeah.
So Paris, excellent job. Unfortunately, this is such an amazing trade, but Jose doesn't think so. He thinks that we're washed out. But this is an incredible trade for me. I don't know, man. This looks good to me. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see here. Francisco, one of our members here, beautiful. First try didn't work, got stopped out. Back in, added some more, partial, added. Oh, you're doing the Paris here. This is very nice. So you added, took some off, Aston went down, and I guess here, then you try for some reversal. I'm not sure if you were in it here, but maybe some reversal that didn't work so well, but you got some of the shorts here. So very, very nice, nicely done, my friend. Unless you shorted here. This is the part I don't know because I can't see. I don't know the story, but look at that. Unrealized 600.
It can be hard to tell the order sometimes.
Yeah,
things,
for me, it could be that he's still short from here. Partial maybe added. And it's hard to tell the story, but either way, I see that unrealized is green. This must be the funded account. So excellent work, my friend. I'm sure it's going to pay off nicely as things build there. So very, very good. All right, excellent.
Wow, look at the bounce Meta off held at 600. It's up $4 now from that bounce.
Can't believe it.
There's the bounce.
Yeah, I can't believe how well that did. Let me do certain things over here. Very surprising that actually went up that much.
Looks like Brian and Andrew both also had good days in the end in the chat room. So
yeah. Let me just save something.
They managed to make it work. So it wasn't easy.
No, surely was not.
I'm happy to take my little green, I guess, on AMD. I'd be happier if I had a big green, but beggars can't be choosers.
Absolutely. And Mike, good morning, my friend. How are you? Can we hear Mike? I want to make sure we could hear Mike. I can't hear Mike. Can you hear him on Zoom? Okay, so it's not me.
Yep, we can hear. Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, you can? All right, so let's check here.
So Carlos has got to enable you into the vMix. So
see?
Oh, there we go. We got you now. All right, Mike. Good morning. How are you, my friend?
Good morning. Fixing the plane with some duct tape on the wing.
That's
on the wing.
That's it. You know, you're landing
as we're flying.
As you know from experience, you land into a high LC. You're not doing a full checklist on takeoff. You know, you're just baby land it and let's go. You're not doing a walk around to see if you could take off. You know, you're not doing that. So
No.
yeah, there you
And
go.
you don't mind the little holes that got shot into the the
Nope.
side of the aircraft. You're like, we're good. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Get this
Exactly.
bird off the ground, man.
Exactly. So
Yeah, you don't worry about that. So how was your guys' day today? I hear Carlos, you got a no trade day, and Peter, you're
know,
like
man.
me. You got a trade that you wish you would have held longer.
Yeah, again, I don't fault my decision because it's consistent with my strategy. So, it's one of those days, Mike, where I followed my rules, but the rules didn't work to my benefit. So, yeah, I got a very small green on AMD. Of course, it ran a good $10, well, $8 after I got out of it. So, feels sort of like yesterday where I had a good trade on AMD and it continued to run. So, that's the way. And Meta, like we've called a number of things that we haven't traded. The Meta bounce off the 600, the NVIDIA drop right at the open, which would have worked well. I mean, Carlos, it's not like we didn't have some calls. We just weren't able to take advantage ourselves. So
yeah.
take the damn trade, right?
I know that, Peter. Like I took the trade today. I would be, I'm not used to this pre-market trading, right? Like getting into any type of trades. But with the futures, you can trade in the pre-market, right? And so after the news came out and it kind of set that pre-market high is when I got into it. And I'll go over the trade, but I got into it. And then I just kind of had to deal with the sideways action till the open. And then it just dropped, right? Like it just, when I'm like, okay, well, there's my profit target. I'm out now. And then it just kept going. And we had a great conversation with Richard, one of our members, last night in the psychology webinar, me and John, about that, right? Like, here's your plan. You stick to the plan and then it keeps running. And the emotions that you have, being like, hey, I had a great day. Oh, I could have had a better day. And you just have to be able to step back and go, well, yeah, I had a wonderful day, but or I could have had a better day, but the probability was that I did the right thing. Right. So that's what I always focus back in on. So
yeah, no, it makes
it's a good
perfect sense.
It's a good perspective. It's hard to have in the moment sometimes, but you're absolutely right. That's the right perspective to have long term.
Yes, it is very hard to have it in the perspective in the moment. Yeah. I will absolutely say that. So, and one of the good things, Peter, I figured out the auto gain on this mic. Remember how my mic kept like going away when I covered for Carlos? If in the chat room, if you have the setting auto gain on, if you click the auto gain in the auto settings, and you have the chat room open at the same time as YouTube, the chat room will lower your microphone.
Oh, I see. Yes. Software that was messing with you.
Yeah, I had the software.
Good to know.
So, but now I have it, so we're good. So.
Okay. Wow, sounds good. Yeah. Sounds good.
Still watching. Let's look at here. He's,
I got your...
Yep.
Oh, go ahead,
I got my screen up. So, oh yeah, go ahead. We're talking Andrew. So what's he doing?
I was just saying, Andrew's he's just been having one of these days where he's trying a lot of stuff here to see what he can get to work, and it's a good. Sometimes it's reassuring to see one of the best traders have a day where it's just not working for them, right? Because as much as I don't wish, I want Andrew to have good, nice, profitable days all the time, it's reassuring to know that he's a real human. and it doesn't matter how good you are, you can just be out of sync with the market sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't work. And to sort of like we were talking about, Mike, we can all understand the theory. Sometimes to put it in practice, it could be the hardest thing to do in the moment. So just know everybody can struggle at any given time.
Yeah, it actually makes me feel a little bit better because I'm like, I had no trades today. And if Andrew didn't make money, the likelihood is I probably would have not made money today too. So maybe I saved myself from a red day. Who knows? But hey.
Maybe you're ahead of the game, Carlos.
No. It was a sharp move downward too today, especially with the pre-market structure was actually looking towards an up day on it. But when that news came out, and I mean, the news was pretty good as well, right? I mean, the news was bullish as well. But for me, when I looked, I kind of in the beginning, right? And Carlos has my day chart up here. If you notice, we kind of have this up, make a higher low, and then we're gone. But once we get up into this area, right, we've really gone to a, how can you say, let me clear this out because I want this. We've gone into this range really from here to here. Once we did this initial move after kind of the Iran talks went out, and we've really been playing with these levels back and forth. And so today when we were gapped up and we were above this level and all the good earnings news, I was like, I just had this feeling that investors are looking to take some profit and get off because there's still no certainty around what's going on with the Iran war, right? We got good news over here on the right. We got bad news over here on the left. We got mixed news in the middle. So it's just kind of a choppy day. So as we were above this range, right? And let me close this out. What happened to Atlas? I'll get Atlas back up here. Yep. But I went down to this 5-minute chart and notice that right after the news, right here at 8:30, that the market didn't make a new high off the pre-market. It came down, it kind of bounced up, it was going here, and then it just started to slowly go down in this last 5 minutes. So I took the entry and I just put my stop up here above the pre-market, said, hey, you know what? If we go above the pre-market, I will get out. I'm good with it. And it kind of sold off, stayed in this trend line, kind of bounced up, and then we put this pivot in again. And at this point, I was like, yes, I think we're good right now. Market opened, and I had my finger right on the ability to get out very quickly because you know how the market can just hit a spot and go up. And it sold, and I took a contract off here at VWAP, or this 50 moving average. And then this was my target, which was the top of that range again. And so I just got all out and was like, you know what? My day's done within the first 2 minutes of the market. I am perfectly happy with this. And then as we were talking with Peter, right, it kept going.
Right.
Right. And you're like, oh, why didn't I hold? Why didn't I set my target all the way down at VWAP? Why didn't I put my target at the previous day close? And whether that was a mistake in my pre-market analysis, could have been, but my plan was all out at 71, 86, 50, right? That was my plan. And so that's what I did. And walking away with a good day, green day, didn't have to fight the market, could sit back and enjoy. But so that was my day on futures. And the one thing I really kind of like about the futures, right? We got a range day. You got the pre-market that you can take an analysis of. We got this nice little uptrend. But based on that information, you can make a good hypothesis or thesis of what you think the market's going to do at the open and what setups you want to play. It allows you to build time. And for me, I need that. I can't trade like Andrew trades with quick decision, quick price movement, quick reaction. That's just not me. My brain doesn't process information that quickly. I need time to absorb the information. And I've found that trading futures has really allowed me to be like, okay, we're in a range, we're in an uptrend. Here's the market news. I don't see this market going up because all these other factors. This is what I'm going to do. if this sells off after the news, I'm going to take an entry. This is where my profit targets are going to be. And this is my plan, and I'm going to trade it. And it's just made it's made me so much more confident in the trades and just kind of sitting back, which is quite surprising, actually. Let me get Atlas back up. I don't know how I closed out Atlas.
All right. Well, as you're pulling that up, wow, look at NVIDIA, guys, doing a nice reversal here. This thing dropped lovely. Look at the drop. But probably one of the better moves this morning that did continue. And just look at that reversing now, putting in a nice reversal on the 5-minute. Let's see if that's gonna amount to anything. But man, nice drop. Looks like it's trying to find a bottom here.
Yeah, that NVIDIA, man, that is an awesome trade. So the one thing for everybody moving forward today that I would watch is you can kind of see again here on this 30-minute chart, and I can actually bring this up so it's larger so you can see. But I think right in this area is where we have some heavy support. So if we do break down below this pre-market low that we have here at 71.58, I don't see pushing much lower than this. The market keeps bouncing off of this area down here. You see the big wicks, you see the big push-ups, you see another big push-up off of it, even after the market closed and the earnings brought everything up, sold off, but then it recovered and we're back down. So again, I do like the 30-minute opening range breakout. That's another trade that I typically will trade after the market opens. But for me today, with this big, huge candle right at the open, taking any entry down here, you're going to have a very hard risk to reward off of it. You're going to have to ensure that you know where your stop is. You're going to have to know where your entry is. And the final piece that I think a lot of traders forget is making the determination if there's a profit target that's achievable that makes the risk worth it, right? So getting a pullback up midway into the candle, maybe we find again this 71.8642-ish is the top of that range. So we'll see if we break out of it or if we reject it again. So that's the level that you kind of want to pay attention to for the rest of the day. If you're looking at the SPY, and we can switch this over to the SPY real quick. And on the SPY, you can kind of tell that this is going to be your 713 range on the SPY that you're looking at, that you're going to want to pay attention to. That's there. And you can see on the daily that it is also this kind of range area that we're at, the top of the range, bottom of the range, and we're just playing around inside of it. So that's kind of your outlook that we have going on. I know Eamon will be on with some more in-depth look into things, but that's kind of your future outlook for the MES at least. So. And I do believe Andrew is looking to get futures for the trading terminal simulator.
That is correct.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
So.
David's got a comment. I like this comment here, David. So David, you're saying you can lose all your money there with futures who have no structures, are limiting for a certain time frame. And I want to ask Mike, because I don't know, but I used to think that too about options, and it's not the case. I used to think about options, man, you can lose everything. But no, there are ways to protect yourself with options. You just got to know what they are. So I don't know anything about futures, so I'm going to ask you, Mike, what is the risk factor when it comes to future? Because I think, like, if you have poor risk management, you could trade the safest trading vehicle. If your risk management sucks, you're going to lose money. It's just equities, futures, crypto. It doesn't matter, man. If you don't have a plan, say, hey, listen, here's what I'm risking. That's it. I'm done. You could lose your shirt on anything. So what's the deal with this one?
Yeah, absolutely you can. So futures is actually safer than options, believe it or not. Because your contracts are all fixed, right? So let's take the ES, which is the equivalent of the SPY. And the ES is 10 times the size of one micro ES, which is the MES. Every tick value has an assigned dollar amount to it. So for the MES, every tick value, which is 25, basically a quarter point, right, is $1.25. That's what it is. So if a futures contract moves 1 point, you're risking $5 on the MES. If you take an ES contract, it's $50, right? So that's why a lot of new traders will trade the MES, right? So you can take the MES on there. You're taking every point value is $1, or sorry, is $5. So you figure out where your stop is and you say, hey, I got a 10-point stop, right? From where I want to take my entry to where I want. So I have a 10-point stop. I'm going to risk $100 on this trade. How many contracts can I take, right? So you divide you figure out, okay, 10 points. I can take, that's what, 10 points, right? We got 10 points times our risk value, which is $5. How much is that? Math in public? I can't do math in public. Where's my calculator?
I can't do math in private.
Peter.
I can't do math in private or public.
Here we go.
I excel that thing.
Yep. So you have the 10 points and you got $5. There you go. You got $50 that you're risking on this trade for one contract. If you're saying you want to risk $100 per trade, you're taking how many contracts? You can take up to 2 contracts on it. So that's how you enter it. But then again, back to your statement, right, Carlos? If you don't stop out, of course you can blow up your account. Yeah. Right? Because you just hold on. But that's the same with equities. That's the same with future or options. And you can blow up your account. But if you know the right risk to reward ratio and you can stop out when the trade goes against you, you can manage your risk. It's no different than trading equities.
Yeah.
So
makes perfect sense, man. And no, Dave, we're not trying to convince you. We're just trying to make sure everybody else that wants to be aware of the actual data knows what's out there. It's like leveraged stocks, right? If you take a stock that's leveraged times 2 times 3, if you buy full buying power, yeah, you could blow up a lot faster, but you can still manage your risk if you take less shares and risk the same amount, right? So I think, and I always tell people, listen, we talk to a lot of traders and we deal with a lot of new people coming into trading that are interested. And the number one thing we tell them is, you can be a mediocre trader. I say this all the time on my onboarding class every Monday night, 8 p.m. By the way, join us. We do it again live on Monday, me and Dwayne. Go to BabyTrace.com. You can see more information about that. $39, guys. $39 gets you in for 7 days chat room, onboarding, everything else. It's a pretty good deal. You could be a mediocre trader, but if you have excellent, amazing risk management, you can survive in trading. If you're an excellent risk manager, right? It's actually more important to be a better risk manager than a trader. Because you got people that are amazing traders that they can find positions, find opportunities, trade very well. They know the systems. They got the gear, the equipment, everything. But their risk management sucks. Those are the people that end up blowing up. So again, it's huge.
It's the truth. So like on this trade, right? When I put my stop above pre-market low, I took 5 contracts, was willing to risk $250 on the trade. And if the future would have gone above 7,211.50, boom, I'm stopped out. I lose $250. Awesome. Day, move on. Next trade, right? Because that fits with my account balance. It's no different than if if I took a trade on NVIDIA and I said, hey, I'm going to risk $250 on this trade. Here's my stop. This is how many shares I'm going to take. Here's my profit target. Here's my stop. If the price of NVIDIA goes down to my stop, I'm out at 250. But again, it goes to what Carlos is saying. You have to understand risk management. And futures, a lot of people don't make the connection that every futures contract is different, right? So the MAS, one point value is worth $5, right? For the ES, it's $50. But if you go to oil, right, a crude contract, 1 cent, depending on what contract you're trading, could be $100.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
So I mean, you got to make sure that you know what contract you're trading, what the values are, because if you don't know those values, you could be in trouble, right?
You could find yourself in a pickle.
Like you were saying, like the member or like the person in the chat was saying, at that point, it's gambling, right? If you're trying to trade crude in the MES the same way, it's not going to work. It's just not. Your risk is going to be completely different. So
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, guys, it's important. Risk management. Can't say it enough. Meta actually reversed, man. Back at the VWAP, up above 606. I'm surprised we didn't get any lower below that 600, but it did held pretty nice and pushing higher here above the VWAP. So very nice. And AMD back towards the highs of the day here, that 345 after a nice drop. So stuff is moving, but man, it was not an easy day today. It was definitely not an easy day. Meta could be doing a VWAP breakout, guys, so be aware of that one if you're still looking for opportunities. For me, it might be a no trade day going forward. So
I am definitely done for the day today. I'll have to come up with something fun to talk about with Peter, because I'm not going to be giving much back off of today. So yeah, it's been one of those type of days. And as I look at the stock market, I agree with you, Carlos. Very, very tough day to trade today. Lots of volatility out there. Big move down to start the market open, and then we got some good bounce backs that are coming. But yeah, very tough. Even NVIDIA was tough to try to find an entry even short to get into. So
love this here. Araro Akiro. Hey guys, I've been trading for a year. Today's my last day of the funded account. I made $1,647. I'm so proud of myself for not blowing up my account. That is awesome, man. That is
awesome job.
Yeah.
And
people don't know how hard it is to go 90 days, 3 months without blowing up. So it's not about how much you made. It's the fact that you actually did not blow up and managed to make some money. Whether you make $1,500, $3,000, or $10,000 doesn't matter. The fact you didn't blow up is a big achievement on its own, man. So congratulations, nice work.
And Andrew, I'm actually in Kansas City right now. So Kansas City is much better than the far coast of waking up at 5:30. I don't think I could trade any. Man, when I went back to visit my son after being in the DR, Carlos, I just realized I never want to go back to the West Coast if I'm trading.
Well, that's a drastic change, man. You're going from,
I don't want to deal with it.
The Caribbean on almost vacation mode into that early time frame. Yeah, that's tough. Shout out to our West Coast traders in California in that West Coast time frame. That is not cool, but we appreciate you guys being on with us so early for sure. All right, excellent. All right,
hey. Got somebody
Kyle.
here in Kansas City. David, you're in Kansas City? Awesome.
Nice. All right, we got Eamon and Kyle coming up next, friends, and they'll go over their trades. So we'll wait for them to hop on and just go into some of the comments. Friends, hit that thumbs up. If you have not had the opportunity to do so, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. We're at right 338. We're just a few away from our goal, which is 400. So if you can help us get there, that'll be awesome. We really appreciate it. So you come every day here because of Carlos.
Y'all
I appreciate
have to get up to like 500, don't you?
Yes, we got to get 500 because I'm running out of code. So I can't just give it away every day now. I got to figure out a way to make it more incentive, so I can only do maybe probably like 1 or 2 a week at most. We got to spread out because I was scrolling down this spreadsheet. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, we are running short here, and we've given away a lot of codes, which is really nice. And I think Brian has some books to give away, so I got to get with him. He emailed me last week. He has some books he wants to give away too, so I'll get with him on that. And we'll have more stuff. We always have something to give away. Listening to you guys every morning is listening to Navarda on a stressful day. So therapeutic. Oh, we appreciate that. And I'm here because of Carlos. I hope you're here because of the community, though, because it's not just me, right? You'd be surprised how many people are in the back making sure that this works, man. It's an incredible job. I appreciate the comment, but hopefully all of us, from Jared in the community, Andrew, Eamon, Mike. So many people, Kyle now coming on board. Hopefully all of us together can provide something that's valuable for you. Because the individuals are just players, right? We can get drafted, move and switch, but hopefully the community keeps, moving forward. That's what's important.
Yeah. So to answer the question about why isn't Trading Terminal given away for a month, it's because when you get a Trading Terminal premium account, you get access to data, and there's restrictions with NASDAQ and the brokers that require a paid subscription. You just can't give that stuff out for free. Otherwise you get sued and harassed and a breach of your contract, which means we would actually lose the service altogether. So
yeah, don't play with the market makers, or not the market makers, the NASDAQ's money. Those guys are brutal.
They will come get you, I promise you.
It's so funny how, again, they create the product, they sell the product, and then to be able to trade the product, you have to pay them to be able to trade the product. It's just they create this ecosystem where they hit you here, hit you here, hit you here, and you know what? It's amazing. Smart move.
Yeah, it is amazing, isn't it? What they do there. Yeah. So
yeah, but hey, I'm not complaining. It allows us to do what we do. I'm not complaining, but good job. All right, let's see. Sure, I got Eamon. Absolutely. I got Kyle. Friends, we'll leave you with our two next hosts here. Eamon and Kyle are going to take you through the next hour or so. Have the rest of a great morning with these two guys. Guys, how did you guys make out today?
It wasn't a bad day. I mean, we had really good opportunities, but unfortunately, one trade is break even, one trade is a loser, but we still have the whole day in front of us. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's still early. If you're trading all day. So yeah, let me just get Kyle in here. And there it is.
Yep.
I got Kyle.
So take care, everybody.
Yep.
Trade safe and pay attention to levels, because we're coming back up to this level on the SPY that may end up rejecting. We're breaking out from, so just pay attention.
Yep, absolutely, guys. All right, take care. We'll see you guys later.
Hey, Andrew. Good morning.
Good morning.
Andrew's coming. Hold on, let me put him on here. Hold on a sec. Hold on.
You don't like to be next to me, Andrew?
No, I'm just joking.
What did I do?
Yeah, I thought you're gone, so I didn't know you were still here.
Keeping his distance. Just keep the social distance.
Yeah, right. No, I'm kidding. So how's everybody? It was a great trading day today. I mean, I'm digging myself out of a very big loss. So right now I'm in NVDA. So at the open, I had some really serious losses, especially on Google. So Google popped up, market access was very bullish. I got stopped out, and then I went long again. I got stopped out, and I had another long. I got stopped out. So 4 times I got stopped out because I saw this big bullish move on market access on Google, And so I really wanted to get this breakout toward 375, but it just didn't work out. However, it's now working out and it's going up because the whole market regime has changed, and I might actually get myself out of this mess. So as you see, I'm back in 366 and going up to 371. So I might, so these are my open positions. So I might get myself out of this big loss that I had on the Google, $29,000. So slowly going up, recovering that. And then I had a good trade on NVDA, so recovering the NVDA as well. But the biggest trade that it was very interesting for me was Meta, guys. Meta break off 600.
I saw that one. It was painful, right? I mean, it did what you wanted it to do, but it took some time.
It got me partial fill. I had ordered at 600. He gave me only, 1,000 share at 600. He partial fill me at 600. So, that's just right at the low of the day. 600 was the total. I have a recording actually as well. So I might do a recap just now and post it, but it was really brutal. So, obviously I chased at that. So I really shouldn't have gone short here. I should have gone short here at 610. But I went short here, got stopped out, and then went short because the signal was so clear that I said, I waited, and then eventually got this, and eventually made money out of it. But rise of now, I am $670 loss, but I think I have Google that is going up to 375. I'm gonna hold Google and NVDA a little longer. So it was a big loss on Google, and eventually we made it on Meta. So it was painful, but it was a good day. So, Ayman, what did you trade?
I took two trades. Unfortunately, my day is not as good or as bad as yours. I don't know. Your day is a mix of both. More good, I guess. For me, I traded Apple initially, and honestly, that's the most painful trade that I've had. I played Apple to the long side at 269.30-ish, and I exited at break even before the actual move happened. So it made a small reverse and head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. There it is at 945. 945 was my entry to the long side.
Nice. Oh,
And I got subbed out at break even before the run. The second trade I took was Amazon. It was a small loser, but we'll take something. I mean, we're here for 2 more hours, 1 hour with YouTube members, 1 hour in the chat room. We'll probably find a good trade.
nice. Yeah, and I know Kyle is joining with us. Kyle, looking good, buddy. And a lot of people actually said we should do an interview together. So maybe maybe find a time and we do interview together.
Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely. I had a great trading day myself on Hood here. I'll share my screen and we can go over that.
Yeah, Hood was nice. Hood was a really, really nice trade. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the trade. I see the trade. Kyle just sent it to me. We'll end up sharing my screen a little bit later. And we will go through Hood trade. I think it's being shared now. Yeah, there it is. I can see the members on YouTube can see your screen now.
Perfect. So I did these are 3 trades actually. So I did a 5-minute opening range breakout on the left side, partialed up, came back down, added a couple times onto that one. And I was really bullish on it because the market atlas has a huge order at 73.50. So this is actually 3 trades here. I did hit my target here on this last one here. I got about 20 shares left, but I had a great day. I was 3 for 3 and I feel really good.
Good job. Looks clean. Like classic 5-minute open range breakout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5-minute open range breakout with an ABCD pattern on the 1-minute chart. By the way, guys, these are the best when you have a 5-minute open range breakout combined with this pattern on a smaller time frame. In this particular case, let me just open Hood on my screen. In this case, you see there it is. That's the 5-minute ORB. That's the entry. But rather than just blindly playing this 5-minute open range breakout on the 5-minute chart, having your stop loss somewhere at the low of the 5-minute candlestick, you look at a smaller time frame, which is the 1-minute chart in this case. And you can see that this entry here is this around here. And rather than putting a stop loss down here, you could just put stop loss at the low of the entry candlestick or at the low of the level C on the 1-minute chart, which gives you a better risk to reward ratio. Set up on a higher time frame, but risk to reward on a smaller time frame. Good job, Kyle. Love it.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, guys, for a recap, my trades, let's start with some of the stocks that had amazing moves at the open. Any tips? What were the movers today, guys? What were you watching? Maybe something we skipped? Kyle, have you seen what happened in the market?
I actually had AMD as well on my watch list. I was trading. I was going to use AMDL, which is a 2 times leverage of AMD. I was bearish on it. Just as soon as it rises up over the 200 SMA, that's usually a short right off. I think Brian actually took that trade to the short side, if I'm not correct. But yeah, AMD was on my watch list. That was a really good mover. You had to be patient with it. It was a tough morning for sure.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest morning to be fair. Like I said, my main stock at the open was Apple and it was QCOM. These two, I was long biased on them, and it was a difficult choice. Which one should I trade? And you could see that both of them started with a sell-off, followed by a reversal candlestick. This is QCOM. Let me open Apple above. There it is. And you can see that Apple did something similar to that, right? It started with a sell-off, followed by a reversal candlestick, just back to back. And now I need to make my choice. What should I trade? Should I trade Apple to the long side or should I trade QCOM to the long side? And I decided to switch to the 1 minute chart on both of them to make my decision up. And on QCOM, we've had a straight move all the way to 945. On Apple, we had a straight move with a pullback before the continuation. That's why I liked Apple more. On QCOM, had I played it to the long side somewhere around here, I would have needed to put my stop loss somewhere down here, just to make sure that I can survive the pullback before the continuation. On Apple, we had the pullback. So I can just play it to the long side and have a tighter stop loss on it for a good risk to reward ratio. Unfortunately, again, it went against me and I just decided to cut it out at break even while QCOM just kept going higher. And the painful part is that it literally worked me out literally at the low. I mean, before it started running, but it's okay. Can't always get winner, can't always catch all the moves. The most important thing is to manage your risk accordingly. Now, the second stock that I actually traded was, let me just fix my montage like this. So the second stock that I traded was Amazon, another loser, unfortunately, but wasn't a bad stock, I think, either. You can see it was sitting around a retest area, big drop into the retest area. It held it, double bottom, right? Played it to the long side, had my stop loss at the low of the range, just in case it kept doing this. The moment we cleared the range, I added to my position and I moved my stop loss to the middle of the range. That's the middle of this range. And it got me out. Never broke the low of the day. Still holding, still slightly long bias. I think eventually it's going to make that move to the upside. It needs to make a pullback. But it took so long. No regrets. 2 trades, 1 break even, 1 loser. We'll still find something. Yesterday during the afternoon, we caught an amazing trade with the BBT members. It was on MU, I think, right? No, not MU, maybe Starbucks. Starbucks reversal. Yeah, there it is. So remember, guys, in the morning, we've reviewed my breakout play on Starbucks. Later during the day, we formed a reversal on the hourly chart. We had the 1, 2, 3 candlestick rule, but on the hourly chart, reversal candlestick at the high of the 60-minute chart, combined with a double top on the 5-minute chart. So this was actually an amazing 3R winner midday. So we managed to catch the long, we managed to catch the short, and that was a good follow through during the afternoon. We'll see what's going to happen today. Hopefully we're going to catch a good trade either at 11 a.m. here on YouTube, either at 12 p.m. in the chat room. Anything exciting? Anything else exciting, Kyle? Anything you're watching? Anything we're missing?
I'm still in hood here. I'm holding for Market Atlas has a really big order at 74. My average is 73.18. I only have about 150 shares left, so I'm just holding this. I had a really nice level marked out in the 15-minute chart at 73.50, so I held for that.
I see it.
And we're just sitting back and waiting.
Yeah, from these morning plays after 11 a.m. plays, they take longer to form, but I guess you have nothing to lose. You're on the right side.
Yeah, and I have a good average. Like I got in at this trade, I believe I was in at 10:30. So yeah, I added a little bit too heavy at the 11 o'clock. And then I took another 50 shares here at 73.50. So my average right now is 73.18. So if it comes down, I'll get stopped out. But I had a great day. I was 3 for 3. So if it comes back down, that's okay. But I'm going to try and hold this up for 74, I think.
Amazing. Good luck with that. And there were some news that came while we were trading. I mean, nothing big, but it's an interesting fact. The NVDA vice president, Brian somewhat, or said that for his team, AI compute costs are now so high that they can exceed the cost of human employees. So now the main reason people switch to AI is to save some money instead of paying for human employees. But in fact, at this stage, it's confirmed that these compute costs, AI compute costs, are way more expensive than human employees. I think that's actually something interesting because it takes a lot of money and a lot of cash and a lot of time to teach these AI models. Maybe in the future, this is going to change. I mean, you remember how expensive were the first models of personal computers, right? Up to $19,000, and now they just cost almost nothing. I mean, not almost nothing, still expensive, but not that expensive. So maybe in the future there is a vision, and that's why people are going for it. But for now, it's actually not that profitable. But it is faster. I mean, more expensive, but faster, which is obviously an upside.
Let's see. I'm going to take a quick partial here. I'm at 73.50. It's going to break the high of the day. I'm going to just, my partials are just 10%. So I'm going to take a quick partial here. Here we go. Sorry, Eamon, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Oh, looks like we lost him.
Eamon was a good man.
He was a good man.
He was a good man.
So I'm going to continue
to
hold this.
He was playing there. Eamon probably lost connection. He'll be back when he gets a chance. But go ahead, break down what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm just going to continue to hold this trade till 74. I have Market Atlas up here on my other screen. There's 34,000 shares up there, and we'll just sit back and kind of let the market do its magic. Carlos, how did you trade today?
No trades from me, man. I'm actually.
Oh, sorry about this.
It's okay, man. I'm actually still looking to see if I could find something, but I'm not seeing anything, man. I don't want to push it today. We're having a decent week, but yeah, man. I don't see anything that could possibly trade. I look at my watches for everything that we had on deck, and there was not a lot of stuff that could have said, "Hey, you could have made this and you didn't," right? So it was just one of those days where a lot of my opportunities, my triggers didn't show up today. So no trades.
There were no pullbacks for you, right?
Right. Exactly.
There you go. Oh, Eamon, you're back.
Yeah.
Okay,
I am back. So yeah, sorry about that, guys. And like Carlos was saying, later during the day, you want to take it slower. You don't want to rush anything. At the open, there is a lot of momentum. There is a lot of volatility. Setups take 5-10 minutes to form. Later during the day, they take hours to form. So take it slow. If there is something good, you can take it. If not, just call it a day. Let's take a look at the indices. Let's analyze it and let's anticipate, see what could happen later during the day. So if we take a look at the weekly chart, guys, we can see that the market is still in an overall uptrend. You can see that we're starting to struggle slightly, right? We had really good momentum for 3 weeks in a row. The fourth week, which is the previous week, was a bit heavier. We have this bigger bottom week, which is not a bullish sign, it's a bearish sign, because if you compare it to the previous weeks, there was almost no wicks, which means that there was not much selling pressure. But on this week, it tried to sell off, but still, bulls took control, recovered, and we still closed at all-time highs. Bullish, but not as bullish as it was on these the previous 2 weeks. This week, it's struggling even more. We're having an even smaller candlestick. small bottom week, a small high week. It would be really interesting to see how it's going to close tomorrow, because the way it closes tomorrow will tell us whether we are setting up for a pullback or whether we can still sit in a range. But continue going higher, I don't see that happening. I don't see any big momentum anytime soon. I think we'll either go sideways or we are going to have some sort of a pullback. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Daily chart is in a clear flag. Big momentum to the upside followed by a consolidation. This is one of the best patterns for breakouts. We could either break to the upside or break to the downside to start this pullback. Looking at these candlesticks that we had a bigger bottoming week, a lot of green, which tells us that the breakout is most likely or more likely going to happen to the upside than to the downside, but I don't feel like we're going to have a good follow through to the upside if we break. And even if we break to the upside closing bullish, it could end up being a trap before the sell-off. This is what I call a fake ABCD pattern. What's a fake ABCD pattern? Big move followed by a small pullback. Traders with so little knowledge of multiple time frame analysis about continuation setups, they see what they want to see. They see a big move, they see a flag, and they're like, oh, that's a bull flag, ready for a next leg to the upside. But knowing that the pullback is not good enough, you know that any breakout that's going to happen is probably going to be a trap. And you all know that most of the move that's happening right now is AI driven. I mean, the CPI numbers were low, right? The jobs number were low. I mean, a lot of numbers came actually worse than expected, even if it's slightly less than expected, but it was worse than expected. And the only thing that's pushing the market higher right now is the AI narrative. The oil prices are spiking up, inflation is increasing, war is going nowhere. So, but the market is still going to all-time highs. I think one big negative news and everything is dumping. And like, who said that? Unless the worst happens. Yamaha Shiman said, unless Iran conflict comes to an end. If that happens, you're right. We are going to get a good squeeze and a good momentum to the upside, but I really don't see that happening anytime soon. Iran is not going to give up on its nuclear program. US is not going to back up because they are going to look like a loser, right? I mean, it's sitting in a war that's lasting already for over a month, having a blockade and then just backing out. Yeah, you can have your nuclear program. That's not going to happen. So this war is probably going to take a long time and it's going to get worse. Oil prices are probably going to spike more, and the market needs to pull back. And it needs some correction. However, that's longer term perspective. What about today? For today, the average true range on the SPY is around $6. The lowest price for today is 710.50-ish, which means that the price could go all the way up to 716.50-ish. We have a lot of room left. For now, the price is more bullish than bearish. I will not be surprised if we break the high of the day. Break of the high of the day is expected. A rally, we're probably not going to see that. What do you think about that, Kyle?
Yeah, sorry, responding to questions here, but yeah, that's a really great analysis so far. I think for me, sorry, I'm just in hood here. Tanzi, for me, it's really important to build a trade book. I'm just answering some questions here. If you're kind of just winging your trades, that's when I first started trading, I was kind of just copy trading and I didn't really have a trade book. But if you pick 1 to 3 different strategies, that'll really help minimize your psychology, right? Like you don't need to think as much when you have 1 to 2 strategies and you just know how to execute. And that happens with back testing. You can go on the replay simulator on Trading Terminal, and you can back test all your strategies, right? And that's where your confidence really does come in. Is when you're journaling and you're reviewing your trades of your entries and where your targets are. Because if you don't have a journal and you're not following a trade book, it's really hard to be consistent. Because the psychology of trading is it's so different than anything else that I've personally ever done, especially as a new trader. Like I've only been doing it for 3 years, but it takes time and you need to build a trade book and build your confidence, right? So yeah, stick to your strategies and make sure you're journaling. Sorry, Eamon, I went on a rant there again.
Don't worry about it. Take all the time you need because I'm ranting a lot myself.
Okay, good.
So there was a question. I mean, North Korea hasn't given up anything, and they're much smaller. Why would Iran do that? You see, it's a little bit different between North Korea and Iran. North Korea already had the nuclear warheads. They already had the rockets. They already had tested them, and they have it. It's not that it is okay for North Korea, but nobody can do anything about North Korea right now because they have them. There is a risk of them using it. For Iran, it's totally different. They have the enrichment. Iran has the infrastructure, but it does not have the nuclear weapons. So big powers, they could be like, no, we don't want you to have it. It's not your choice. Who can do something about it? And that's why they are getting bombed because big countries know that they are not going to get a strong response from Iran. They just can do nothing, right? North Korea, like you said, it already has had these weapons, and the only thing that the world could do to them is sanctions. That's it. For Iran, Iran has always been sanctioned, found a way slightly around it, but they don't have these weapons. And it doesn't matter whether it's fair or it's not fair. That's how the world works, unfortunately.
So did they open up the strait yesterday or no? It's still not.
It's still not open, and I don't think it's going to be opened anyway anytime soon. Because you don't really need a fleet to close it. All you need just a few drones and control them from distance to scare a few ships. You just literally need to hit 1 out of 20 ships to get everyone to be scared from passing through the strait.
Yeah. And they're still charging $1 million to pass through. They're still doing that, aren't they?
Oh, by the way, did you see what happened there? There was actually some good news. So there were scammers who pretended to be from Iran, and they charged some captain ship. I'm going to check which country it is. $2 million in crypto, and Iran did not let that ship pass because it wasn't them actually who charged that money. So the captain of the ship get actually scammed. And while it's not official that they are allowed to take $2 million to let the ships go through, that's a practice that's actually happening. Oh, it was India. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it was India. But at least Iran was kind enough to let them go around, right? I think India was telling Iran that we are the second on your list. We already paid the fee. Let us pass through. And Iran said, no, you did not pay us anything. So, I mean, at least they let them go around. So you see, even though it's not announced, Iran is actually taking $2 million for every ship that's passing through. There are ships that are passing through. Some people think that the strait is open, but it's not opened. Those who pay can pass.
Wow. Atlas Trader, how many years it took you to become pro? It took me up until this year. So this is my 3rd year of full-time trading. I blew my first account. As a lot of people say, like it's your tuition to get into the market. So this year has been my best year. So I'm on my 3rd funded account. So that one is, I get paid that one out in another month. But yeah, my first payout, I rolled that into Interactive Brokers. And I started trading off of that. And it's only a small account, right? Like I'm in Canada. There was no PDT rule. So I lost my initial investment, which was around 15,000 Canadian dollars. And then Andrew and the team at Trading Terminal came up with the funded account. So I passed that. So that kind of got me to break even. And then the second payout here, I'll put that into the account as well. So yeah, about 3 years.
And that's a normal average number. Yeah, that's
people that want to get, trading and think they're going to become profitable in 6 months. Yeah, there are stories of people doing it, but to be really consistent. And one thing that Andrew says that really sticks with me is you can make money trading. It's easy to make money. It's hard to keep it. And over time, the positive expectancy and compound interest, like if you need to make $100 a day, like if you have a $12,000 account, and that's what I have in my personal account, like I'm fine to say that. And like, so you risk 1%, so you risk $125 and you try to make that consistently over time. Like it's unrealistic to think that you can for me personally, these are my thoughts, to take a $12,000 account and make $100,000 unless, you know, in a year. It's just not, for me, it's not possible. So risk management is everything, proper sizing, and yeah, just enjoy the ride, back test, journal.
You see, you can keep your gains if you're using funded accounts, guys. Because for funded accounts, you pay $299, and if you make 10,000, you just cash it out. Blow it up, you buy another one for $299. Risk to reward ratio wise, it has a lot of things that are going in your favor. The only downside about funded account is there is a roof. You're not allowed to make more than $10,000, and you are not allowed to withdraw more than that. But after finding some consistency, this is where you can just start using your own money and increasing your risk per trade. And 3 years is, I think, is a good time, a decent amount of time to find consistency, but it's different from one trader to another. I would tell you that if you are doing it on your own, and when I mean on your own, like you are going for educational videos, you are part of trading community, you are backtesting, you are journaling, that is on your own. If you do that, that's going to take you approximately maybe 2 to 3 years, in my opinion. If you do it with someone who already has a strategy, and they literally sit over you, that's where this learning curve could be decreased. I've seen traders making it from 3 to 6 months, but that's literally minority. Out of 40% of consistently profitable traders that I worked with, only 5% of them made it within 6 months. Now think about it from this perspective. Literally working with someone who has a trade book, who has a strategy, who tells you exactly what you need to do, and it still takes at least 6 months, and that's at least. See? Now think about doing it on your own. It's nearly impossible to do it in 6 months. So you need to have these realistic expectations about how long it could take you to become consistently profitable. And if your expectations is to start making money after 6 months of trading, then you're going to be disappointed after 6 months of trading. If your expectations are realistic, I know it takes years, but I know that it could happen sooner, then you're not going to get disappointed after 6 months of trading. You're not going to get disappointed after 1 month, after 1 year, or 2 years of trading, because you are just simply sticking to a process and you give it its time. You give it the time that it needs before it clicks.
Jaden's asking, Kyle, could you take many small trades a day, or is there limits? No, Jaden, you can take as many trades as you want inside the funded account. It really just, like I said earlier, it depends on your trade book, how many trades you want to take a day, your risk management. You can trade. If your setup's there, trade it 5 times. But if your setup's not there, don't just chase trades, because that's when you get into trouble. So personally, like, I try not to take more than 4 trades a day, because for me, my 5-minute opening range breakout, a lot of those are done within the first 10 minutes, right? 5, 10, 15 minutes. And I only have 2 screens. You can only watch so many things. That's why it's important to have a watch list that you're reviewing in the mornings, putting your levels on them, and then you kind of you execute. And that's just what it's about, is executing and really just control your edge. When you find your edge and what it is, for me, it's the 5-minute opening range breakout or a reversal. And you kind of start seeing it and you anticipate it, use your intuition. And when you start to get that feel for things, and that just comes over time, that just comes from sitting in front of the charts and just watching and seeing how things kind of, how they move and how the market flows, right? So yeah, just don't overtrade. That's trouble. If you're taking 5, 6, 7, 8 trades a day and you're chasing things, it's not going to be good for you long term, in my opinion.
Do you really think, hey man, I just finished your book and it is amazing, 5 stars, and it's also easy to see the charts in my Kindle. Thank you, I really appreciate it. By the way, guys, for those who are reading the book, at the end of the book, there is also a link only for the figures, for those who are just looking for the figures. I got some feedback that I probably needed to put that link in the beginning of the book. Totally agree. We'll change that for future editions. Luis, can you repeat your question? Because I think I did not get it. I see that you're asking something about the third candlestick on QCOM, but I did not get what time frame we're talking about and what time exactly. What is your loss on each? I risk 0.2% of my account per trade, 0.5% a day. So if my first trade is a full loser, I will take another trade. If my second trade is a full loser, third trade, I'm going to risk half an hour maximum, which is like 0.1%. Maximum loss for the day, 0.5%. My target per trade is 4 to 5 hours. 4 to 5 hours is like 1% of my account. Sometimes they make more. For example, yesterday on my Apple trade, I made on my Starbucks long, I made 1.4%, and on my short, I made 0.6%. So that was like a 2% gain on one single stock for the day. And before that, I lost around 0.4% on MU. So yesterday was a good day, 1.6% up for the day. Today I'm red, and it's 0.2%. So I still have 0.3 to risk, but I'm not willing to jump left and right. I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity. If we see it while we're on YouTube, I'm going to take it. If not, then I'll probably take something while I'm in the chat room.
A few more
What about you,
questions here.
Kyle?
How about the fees in BBT? Alex, I'm not too sure which fees you're referring to. Is it membership fees or trading terminal, the fees?
I think commissions. I think he's talking about the commissions on trading terminal.
There are commissions inside trading terminal. I think I'm not exactly sure what they're very small though, but they replicate like the DAS commissions.
The broker's commission, yeah.
The broker fees, yeah. What's your loss on each? Yeah, mine is $125. So on my personal account, I use a hard stop loss. In my funded account, you can go on it right now. Like, I'm not happy with some of the trades that I took in the last like 3 weeks. You can click on my name. I had a couple blow up days as well. Gambith, same kind of thing. You're saying here that you blew up 4 funded accounts. Emotions were the biggest factor. Emotions are the biggest factor in trading. Emotions in your psychology, right? And that's why it's important to not, have FOMO and not stick to your trade book and your plans, right? Because that's why funded accounts are so great, and that's why I've done so many of them, is because, like Eamon said, you're not risking your own money, but there is a level to it that it is your money, because if you can do it for 3 months, you can get that payout, and that money really does help. Like, I've only been trading for 3 years. I have a 1-year-old kid. I have a mortgage like everybody else, right? Like, trading for me, like, I don't have a huge account. Like, I'm doing this as best I can to become a profitable trader over the long term. And the funded accounts have been really good for me. But when you rely on the money and you're always looking at your P&L, it becomes challenging. You really need to just stick to your system and your stop losses, your risk management. The psychology of trading is by far the hardest thing, right? And that's why in the mornings, you set your levels, you come in with a clear mind, and you just execute and control your edge. Because I don't know, you can over leverage. If you're in a wrong trade and you over leverage, no one's there to stop you. Like big hedge funds, there's managers that watch your risk, right? For a retail day trader, there's no one there to save you. It's just you. So if you're in a funded account, like for me, when I was up $40,000, right? And there was that Dania character. I don't know who, but they were up like 110. And I said this yesterday, they're up $110,000. And I'm a very competitive person. Like, I wanted to beat them. But if you click on my funded account from 2 weeks ago, I had like a $15,000 loss. But I leveraged down, right? So everyone goes through those emotions. I'm still a new trader. I'm still learning. But it's important that when you do get in those moments, you journal them afterwards and you just look at yourself and be like, what happened? Why did I do that in that moment? Like, why did I leverage down? Like, that's the worst thing you can do as a trader. But if you're going to make those mistakes, it's better to do it in a funded account than it is to do in your own account and blow up that money, right? So that's why I'm a big advocate for the funded accounts, even though they've been raised, I think, to $3.99. Inside Andrew's newsletter yesterday, he gave a discount code. You can still get it for $2.99, I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm a huge fan of funded accounts. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. My favorite indicators, I use the 9, the 20. VWAP obviously is the best for me because I'm a momentum trader. And then I have pre-market high, pre-market low, yesterday's high, yesterday's close on my chart. Eamon can bring my chart up, but you can kind of see it's pretty clean. I try not to have too many on there, but yeah, about 5 total.
Yeah, it's the basic, I think, BBT indicators, right? View up, moving averages, volume, price analysis. Or volume bars, right? I mean, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, so the pink one is the 200.
Sorry, I
The
closed. Let me
purple
just
is,
reopen it.
yeah, no worries.
Yeah, you can go for it now.
Yeah, the pink is the 200. The purple is the 50, and then the two closer are the 9 and the 20 EMA. So yeah. And just for the record, I'm all out on Hood. That came down and hit my stop loss at 72.18. So I had a good run. I was 3 for 3 today, so it's great.
Good. Someone asked, I mean, what is the realistic gain per month or per year? I think that the realistic gain is around 10 to 15% of your account per month. 10 to 15%, yeah, per month. And these are backed by some of the stats for my mentees. Like here it says 3 months. It's not exactly 3, it's around 4 months. But you could see that around 70%, which kind of goes for an average of 15 to 18% per month. There was another member, but he's risking somewhere around 1% of his account per trade. And these are his stats per month. January 32, February down 3%, March up 15%, up April up 11%, May up 5%. Overall, he was up around 144% a year. I mean, look at this. That's kind of so accurate. 12% of his account per month. So if I just go for, yeah, I mean, I can go just for a lot of stats over and over and over just to show you these numbers. There are some crazy people that I've worked with, and some of them had like amazing returns. For example, JC is one of the crazy ones, but he's doing more of day trading, swing trading type of trading, and he managed to actually get to double his account in 3 months. But then, for example, in March, and February, he was sitting somewhere flat. So yeah, he doubled his account in 3 months, but then he was flat for around 2 or 3 months. Then he is back to green in around like 1 month. So big spikes will be followed by flat months because the market can only stay profitable for your strategy for like only so long. But the average results based on my experience for me, for my mentees, for other traders is literally somewhere around 15 to 10, 7 to 15%. If you get used to it and you follow a system, I'd say maybe for 2 to 3 years, the exact same system, you can pump up these results from 7 to 15 up to maybe 12 to 20% per month. I think my best month ever was somewhere around 25% of my account, 25 or maybe 28% of my account. That's literally the best month I've ever had. Other than that, I get somewhere around 10 to 15% of my account per month. So you see, it's not crazy money that you can make from trading because some people think that if you're a consistently profitable trader, you can make tens of thousands of dollars every single month, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the amount of money that you can make really depend on your account. If you have a $25,000 account, what's 10% per month? 2.5, right? $2,500. Now the question is $2,500 enough for you to live? Obviously, it depends on where you live, right? I mean, if you live maybe in Russia, in India, in Nigeria, it'll be more than enough, right? But if you live in the US or in Europe, I don't think that that's going to be enough. You pay taxes from that, you pay your mortgage, and you're left with nothing. So how can you really grow up your account with a $25,000? How can you grow up your account with $25,000? You will be just spending it all. You will not be able to do it for a living. So what you need to do is do it as a part-time job. Trading is for trading, living is for a living. And slowly grow up your account. Now it's different if you have a $100,000 account and you're a consistently profitable trader and you make $10,000 per month, which is 10% of your account. I think that's enough no matter where you live, right? I think New York, USA, Europe, $10,000 is more than enough to live. I mean, it depends obviously on what's your lifestyle because some people could spend that in one single day. Some people can spend that in a few months. It depends on the lifestyle, but you can live off $10,000. That's what I can say about it. I don't know how it is for you, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Canada, so we get taxed 50% on everything. So, yeah, I mean, and that's another thing that really drew me into trading is I have a part-time business on the side as well. Sorry, I trade part-time and I have a small business at home as well. So for me, like until I've replaced my income from my outside job, I just trade in the mornings. And then I have a 1-year-old son, like my wife goes to work now and I work from home so I can kind of do it, my side business, from there. But, you can't live off of $2,000 a month, especially in Canada where I live. Like you just can't do it. So trade part-time. You can trade for the first 2 hours of the market and it depends on where you are, right? Market open for me is 7:30 in the morning. So if I trade for 2 hours, I'm done by 9:30, and then you can go to your other job after that. So that becomes, it's really up to you. Everyone's different, right? For me, I want to be around for my son. He's 1 year old. I want to be there a lot. So I enjoy spending that time with him, and trading's been really good for me that way. So even if I don't make as much money as I used to in restaurants, for me, my priorities are different. I want to be a really present dad and I want to be there for him. So if I can make $200, $300 a day, I'm good with that. My wife's a teacher. She makes really good money. Um, Apart from living in Edmonton in my life, I love my life. And that's really just, you get to that and you need to find out what your goals are. Everyone's goals are different. Everyone wants to do different things. For me, like I know for the next 10 years, I'm not going to make $1 million. If I do, great. But I'm just happy being present with my kid, right? So everyone's strategy, everyone's life is different. So yeah.
Yeah, guys, I'll give you a small surprise and a small admission. I've been trading for 10 years, and my account never hit the $1 million because I withdrew from it. I bought an apartment, kind of bought a house, there is a life, etc. So for now, trading for 10 years, my account never hit the $1 million. I made more than that, obviously, already, but my account did not hit it because I do it for a living. I don't have another job on the side. If, for example, I had another job on the side, maybe I could have grown it up like this. So realistic expectations. It's all about realistic expectations, trying to be honest about it. It's good. It's comfortable. I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. Day trading is probably one of the best careers that you can get. You come in, you trade for an hour, you get that adrenaline rush, you feel good when you make money, you feel sad when you lose it, you control yourself, it teaches you discipline, teaches you consistency, it makes you a better person in life, a more patient person in life. I mean, if you can control your anger after you lose a few $100s or a few $1,000s, nothing is going to get you angry in real life, right? So it's really good. It helps your personality, and it also is a lot of free time, and it's an amazing job that you can have longer term. But obviously you need to get to that market. Everyone is Warren Buffett in a bull market. It depends, Pigeon. If you just simply buy and hold, yes, and then you are going to blow up in a bear market. But for a day trading, it's different. For day trading, you can blow up your account buying even in a bull market. No, BTC Heaven, I don't use funded account. I trade my own cash because funded account limits me with how much I can make per month. Funded account will limit you with around $3,000 gain per month, which is $10,000. I aim for more than that. My account is big, quite big. Not $1 million account, but it's big.
A question here about so you're referring to, I did do the Peak Capital boot camp. That's great. I'd love to hear more if you can share. Were you considering doing the boot camp, or are you referring to the funded account? Yes. The Peak Capital was great for me. I had Lenny as a mentor. My son was kind of born around that time, so I didn't put all the energy that I really wanted to into it, to be honest. We did an at-home birth. That in itself was a really interesting experience, and that was during the first week of the rollout of boot camp. So it's just like anything. You get in what you put in, right? Or you get out what you put into it. boot camp for me was amazing for my trade book. That's where I really dialed in my trade book. As you screenshot your trades, you essentially take 100 trades, you screenshot them, and you back test them. Right? Eamon's actually a moderator or a mentor in there as well, so he can touch more on it. But it's an unbelievable investment, and if you're serious about trading and just taking it to the next level, if you're a year in, it's not, for me, it's not worth the investment, because you still need to really build up your trade book personally and find your edge. But it's definitely worth the investment down the road for you.
Honestly, it is worth an investment. To be not a lot of people actually know this, but Lenny, before he became a moderator, he was a member at Peak Capital, and I worked personally with Lenny, and this is his curve in 2020. So Lenny, before we started working together, he was kind of losing money, and then he started making money, and this is his curve during Peak Capital as a member of Peak Capital. And right now, Lenny is one of the coaches at Peak
coach, yeah.
Capital.
Lenny's great.
Now he is a coach. So basically, I don't know. When I say this, I feel like I'm really old. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, Peak Capital is really a good place to develop a trade book. Maybe you're not going to become consistently profitable during Peak Capital. Maybe you will. We had people who became profitable during Peak Capital, but it's worth the investment. At least you'll come out of there with the trade book, and then you continue learning. Ayman, when did you increase your risk from $5? I traded in simulator for 2.5 years, risking $5 per trade. The next 6 months, I slowly started making money, switching between simulator and live. After 3 years of trading, I finally became consistently profitable, still risking $5 per trade. And I was switching between simulator and live, one day simulator, one day live, one day simulator, until I had, I think, around 12 green weeks in a row, somewhere around that. And then I switched to full live trading, still risking $5 in a row per trade. And after that, I started increasing my risk by 20% for every green week. Green week, I go from 5 to 6, another green week, 6 to 7, another green week, 7 to 8. Then it was 10 to 12, 12 to 14. For red weeks, I was not decreasing it. I was keeping it the exact same way. And I kept increasing it until I hit a roof. And what's the roof? The roof is not enough buying power to open a position. I know some people,
sizing. Why do you think sizing up is so challenging on psychology? Like going from risking $50 a trade to risking 250. Like, why is that? Why does that impact your psychology so much?
Because it's a big number that you're not used to. Like right now, risking, for example, $50 per trade, seeing 150 or seeing 200 is something that you get used to. And if you lose one trade, then you lose just 50. And your max loss for the day, for example, is 150. But if you go from 50 to 250, you are losing a lot. And even though you know it's a game of numbers, it's 2 days max loss in one trade. And when it goes in your favor and you see it from going from 200 to 350, it seems like it's only 1.5 hours, but that's like 7 hours on your usual trade. And this is one of the reasons why people are really bad at sizing. They find consistency for 2 or 3 months, risking specific amount of dollars, and they're like, okay, I'm doing really good. It's time to increase the risk, and they push it like 4 times more or 5 times more the original risk. This is why I say you need to scale in slowly. 10 to 20% of your current risk for every green week. This way you don't feel it. It's like slippage. If you started this week risking $50, by the end of the week, if the week was positive, risk $60. And now think about it from this perspective. Losing 50 or losing 60 per trade, it's almost nothing. It's slippage, right? Making 150 per trade or making 180. It's more, but it's almost nothing. Next week, you increase it by 10%. So it's like $66 risk per trade or $70 risk per trade. And what's the difference between losing 60 to 70? This way, baby steps, in 3 months, you're not going to realize how your risk went from $50 up to $250.
Very true. What's your advice on finding an edge? Yes, is asking.
What's your advice on finding my edge? keep jumping from one thing to another. Keep jumping from one thing to another. There is nothing wrong about that. Do it for 9 months. Do it for 6 months. Learn about different strategies. Learn about different ways to trade, and then find something that you feel more biased to. Sometimes I get people reaching out to me and they're telling me, "Hey man, I want to learn how you trade because I love that you're making 5 hours, 7 hours per trade, and I want to be like that." And then I ask them, "Are you okay having a low percentage win rate? Are you okay having 30, for example, or 40 or 25% win rate?" And they're like, "No, I can't handle losses because when I lose, I want to make it back within the same day." And I told them that, okay, that's not a style that you want to learn. I mean, yeah, maybe you like me making 5 hours, but probably it's not going to help your personality. Find something that suits your personality, that makes sense to you, and then dig somewhere around there. There is one of the people, and I'll show you now these crazy numbers. There is one of the traders that I used to work with, and he's like, "Ayman, I want to win. I do not care about my risk to reward ratio. I'm okay making half an hour or maybe 1 hour per trade. But I want to win. I cannot handle the losses." So we started working on a system where there is a high percentage win rate, bad risk to reward ratio, but at least a high percentage win rate. And this guy, and don't get me wrong, it's not that easy to do. It's really difficult. I've never met anyone like that. But he has literally around 90 to 95% win rate. And I'm going to show you his stats. If I can just scroll out our chat all the way up there. I'll download it and I'll show you. But this guy literally has 95 to 90% win rate trading just reversals. But why is that? He's going for 1-to-1. If you are going to aim for 4 hours, 5 hours per trade, you're not going to have 90 or 95% win rate. First of all, understand your personality. Jump around from one strategy to another. Try literally everything. And then stick to one, not one, stick to 2 or 3. I don't like saying stick to one strategy because in my opinion, one is not enough. For some, it is enough. For me, it's not. I think 2 or 3 is what you need to learn, and then just backtest it, screenshot it, and repeat it. Your edge is going to come to you eventually. Your edge will come to you as you follow the process, not as you chase money.
Amazing.
When you were risking $5, what was your usual profit target? $10. I was going for 2-to-1 back in time. It's right now I'm going for 4 or 5, but back in time I was going for 2-to-1. You wanted to answer a question, Kyle?
Yeah, I try for at least a 1 to 3 at this point. I usually risk about 20 cents and try to get to. I would like 80 cents really, but a 1 to 2 is really good. 1 to 3 is you're making some cash. Kind of long-term investing behind me, and day trading is a beast. Yeah, definitely. Day trading is definitely challenging, but Kyle, how long is consistent profitable? Yeah, I just became profitable this year after 3 years. I mentioned it earlier, but blew up my own personal account the first year, and then I've been trading funded accounts since then. So I took the money from a funded account and put it into a brokerage account. But I still, like I said earlier, I have a small business here at home, so I use that money to put into my personal account as well. But yeah, every real good trader that I've seen, it takes a little bit of time, right? And to become consistently profitable over time it's not easy. That's why they say 90% of day traders fail, and that statistic is real, right? People get into this business and they don't really build a trade book, and risk management isn't even on their radar, and they just think they can just click buttons and make some quick cash, and it's the furthest thing from the truth. And the market will humble you. It'll find a way to humble you. It humbles everybody. Just you have a great week, the next week you will not have a great week. If you don't have a trade book and proper risk management, it'll eat you up and have you for breakfast. But that's why you're here, and that's why Bearable Traders is such a great community, is because we just want to teach people how to trade. And if we can help you make an extra $50 to $100 a day for your family, then for me, and I think for a lot of the moderators, that's a win for us, right? But that takes time, and it's an investment on your time, coming up to the YouTube show every morning, signing up to be a Bearable Trader member, signing up for a Peak Capital membership. It's all part of the process. So it just depends on what stage you're at.
How to journal? I have trading journal, but I don't know how to use it. Yes, really good question. And I struggled with that when I just started as well. What the hell should I journal? I don't know what's right, I don't know what's wrong, and I don't know what to journal. Start with something simple. You literally do not want to pick any complicated journal because it looks fancy and then not know how to use the data. Start with something as simple as what time you took the trade at, screenshot of your trade, what setup you played, how much you made in terms of hours or risk to reward ratio or whatever system you are using out there, and how much could you have made if you held on longer to it. And then start with that. Slowly, as you journal, new things are going to click. Oh, I see this thing seems to be repeatable. Maybe I need to add it to my journal. And I want to see how it's going to, if it's going to be positive, if it's going to have a positive effect on my strategy. Add it, test it. Maybe it's going to be, maybe not. Something else clicks in, add it to your journal, but do not start with any complicated journal. You just need to start. You know, the most difficult thing is to start. You don't need to think about what else do I need to add? How will I use this data? How will it affect my trading? Thinking is just a mess. Start and you'll get all your questions answered. And if not, just reach out to me and I will help you answer your questions as well. The most important thing is just to start. Don't be bothered by getting everything perfect. You know what Andrew says? Perfection is the enemy of success. You want to just start somewhere. Anyway, guys, we're coming to the end of the hour. One stock that I will keep watching in the chat room will be MU. I like that MU is sitting at the low of the range. I like the levels that are acting as both resistance and support. We got the 12 p.m. candlestick closing as a hammer. The candlestick before that closed with a bigger bottoming wick. So if I see that MU is going to be holding between the $506 and $504 area, that's when I'm going to be playing it to the long side, targeting the $512 and $515 area. That's my trade plan. That's the stock that I'll be watching for the rest of the afternoon. Good talking to you all, guys. Thank you,
Yeah, have a
Kyle,
great day,
and
guys.
have a great day, everyone.
Yep.
See ya.
Cheers.